UN Space Wolf Squadron. This is your Wolf Commander Wolf 10. I am your werewolf. We're here again on a Tuesday, as always. I'm sorry to everybody for what happened yesterday. That was my fault. That I actually uh I messed up on the dates on that one, especially when I shared the schedule on MeWe, Facebook, everywhere else. So that's a mistake on my part. But we're here today, everyone, as per our usual schedule and our usual time. We are talking today about our favorite male characters, specifically male character designs as well, and what appeals to us from any book, any movie, any comic book, any video game, any media, if you will. Even a male role model, if you have one. I'm pretty sure you guys do in this chat, and I'm pretty sure everybody in this panel do too. So once again, with me as gentlemen as we are today, we'll start with the lady. We have the lovely Lady of Valor, Leia plus size.
Hello, this is Leah Passage, your lovely Lady of Valor, and I hope you all are doing well today. I feel like this is going to be a fun chat.
All right, then we have the we have the illustrious man who lives in a basement with extra excellent equipment, the schooner of the tuna, Schooner Tuna.
Coming at you live from a government research facility buried deep underground, but has excellent Wi-Fi, Schooner Tuna.
We also have the lawman, the man, the myth, the legend, the man with the illustrious four numbers with an interesting initial to his moniker, Trooper FN 2525.
Hello, what is up, my people? You ready? I am ready.
Let's welcome to the chat, everyone. Right then, I'm calling Mr.
Drum
H
roll,
review.
please.
We have the hopefully we'll get him in the panel one of these days. We have the Maverick Hunter Saint Brian Gil Martin when he says, "Okay, let's try this again." Samuel Lee Oleki with his good evening all. Hopefully you'll stay for the fun stuff. Victoria Fagbow, it's good to see you as always. Now you're being a regular today, or at least hopefully you're going to be a regular all the rest of these months in the future of WCR. We have Trooper FN 2525 in the comments. Sam Proctor, General Kenobi, you are a bold one. Melissa Harrison Sons, she's not a busy woman today, which is excellent. Now, mind you, again, Melissa, you're not obligated to stick around, but happy that you do. But you're also always welcome, always welcome. So if you got to dip out, go ahead. That goes for everybody in this chat room. So I gotta throw that out there, guys. I don't mean to stop right there like Zack Snyder did.
Oh no!
We also have Eloise.
Oh my goodness!
We also
I
have
got that one.
Eloise. You guys are distracting me. Not kidding. You have Eloise Dwaddle with us today. Melissa Harris has dire news as well. She says Cartoon Network's going live action again. You know what? I did not mind those live action shows like Tower Prep, Unnatural History, and what else did they make besides Destroy, Build, Destroy? And I did like what was that one that was like Kid Mad TV? Did anybody guys remember that show?
Oh, that's way before my time.
A kid from that TV.
I'm just saying, yeah. Cartoon Network had a live action live show that was like skits, just like Mad TV, and they had the voice of Finn from Adventure Time doing this one rap song called "Running Errands with My Mom." Do you guys remember that?
Nope.
Yes, I remember.
It's a catchy song,
that, but I forgot the name of the show.
Yeah. Oh, I think it's called something Crew,
Two Live Crew.
Incredible Crew, I think, or regular Crew or something before regular show even popped up. We also have Chris P with Hey Everybody, and Big Al, one of the big greats,
All right,
as
now it's
Grace's.
Oh,
time for
Al's here. Oh, I gotta behave myself. Gotta be in my
No,
best
you
minute.
don't. It's my stream. I'm the host. She also says, Ms. Harris also says, they're going preschool again. I don't even care at this point. It works so well with Disney Channel. I mean, take it what you will. So I'm gonna do what we did last week with the female
Okay.
characters. So I'm gonna share the screen. Hopefully, Bing is on safe search. We won't catch anything weird. I mean, it's dudes, so that hardly ever happens, especially when you search for females online in the Google search. You're bound to catch up on something weird. But anyways, so I'm gonna share a screen. Who wants to go first? Actually, by the way,
Anybody really? I mean, it depends.
I volunteer, Lady of Valor.
I can go
because
first, if that's okay.
we're gonna have to flip a coin
So,
then, or in this case, a pin. I don't know how it's gonna go. Y'all can't even see it. I don't even want to show my face on here. I'm supposed to be a non.
Well, I mean, it depends. Like, what franchise do you want to pick apart first? Because I mean, basically, you've got two big ones, and then you have other small franchises that have more or less survived the Marvel DC thing.
You can
So,
also talk about before they even got ruined by the SJWs,
oh, we could go there.
like we did last week. We went talking about how they were before then. I think it's a toss up between Leia and Schooner. Oh, screw it! I'm a gentleman. Let's go with Leia again.
well, thank you if you fellas don't mind. I appreciate it.
As
Okay,
always.
you're talking about. Well, I get the feeling you're going to what I'm going to start off with, so I'm not going to beat around the bush. And we're talking about favorite male character designs. And when the subject came up, I went through a list. I keep forgetting to send you pictures, Commander, but sometimes I get busy. I just forget what I'm going to talk about. The pictures to give you an idea, but I think you already know. Okay, well, I'm going to start off with my guy, my man, my babe. I got to start off with my Steve Rogers, the love of my life in my head. But I would say my favorite Steve Rogers designs. I have two favorite ones. My favorite one is I love all of them, but my number one favorite Steve Rogers Captain America design is his costume for Captain America: The Winter Soldier. And I think that one right there, yeah, his Winter Soldier costume is my absolute favorite one from him. I love that one in the Winter Soldier movie. The
Yeah.
one in First Avenger is fine. That's out of the comics, and I appreciate them showing respect for his costume from the comics. I respect that. I like that, but I like that one a whole lot better. That's my favorite.
I think that's
That's my favorite
everybody's
one,
top
and
favorite.
I was very upset. Go ahead, Trooper.
No, I was gonna say that is the best suit, because in every film they have this thing where they have to redo like costumes. It's a Hollywood thing. So, but that is the best iteration of the cinematic suit.
Oh, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And I think. Go ahead, Scooney.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Did he
actually love
disappear?
the design that.
He's here.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yep.
Okay. My favorite design
Yes,
of
I can
Captain
hear you now.
America. Well, I do like the Winter Soldier getup. It's a more of a personal one for me. I loved his design in Captain America: The First Avenger before he even got his suit, where he kind of just throws on the jacket, puts on the Captain America hat, and he's got the his old school shield. invoking that real Generation One Captain America.
Mm-hmm.
I call it World War
Yeah, I like
Two
that.
Cap.
Yeah, yeah, World War II cap. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I like them all. I have massive respect for all of them, and I think that one that you described, Scooney, was perfect for that film because it's his introduction as
Mm-hmm.
Captain America in the world, in his world at that time. So I felt it was the right suit for the right moment. So I do like that one, and I have the respect that they had respect for it. Not so much these days in phase four, they're all over the place, but when they movies were started to come out, they seem to have respect for one of the things you wanted to do was you wanted to see these characters in their costumes that they were in the comics. And I
Mm-hmm.
like that one because it's part of the comics and then it respects the era that he was in and his introduction. So I totally agree with that. But when we get to the Winter Soldier, where he's now in the modern age, that one is absolutely my favorite because it's modern, but it's still his flavor. It's still
It's
there.
very
It's just
tactical.
been more upgraded, probably by the technology. Perhaps, yeah, it's very tactical, exactly. But it's still him. It doesn't take away from who he is. So when you see him with it, you know that it's him, and it just works out. It's fine. Fits Chris's body like a T, so that makes me happy. Fits it very
Oh
well. No harm in that.
goodness.
Perfect to me. This physically,
Sing it, girl. Sing
physically,
it.
Chris got it together putting that outfit
Yes,
on.
Queen.
But I think what I liked also about this, about the suit that he had in Winter Soldier is that it isn't so much tactical, but as it is an extension of the air. It's an interesting contrast that they're dressing him up one way, but his personality is another way.
They're turning me something gaudy.
Yeah, like the in
It,
Winter Soldier, they dress him up almost like he's espionage or something like that. But
Oh well, yeah.
he still invokes that Captain America in him, if that makes sense. It's like you may change his costume, but
it,
you can't change his personality.
He could
Oh
have
well.
just been a
that's
Nolan type
that's
superhero, or at least a Marvel Netflix superhero, where that suit just basically says, "Oh, he's gonna go dark now. He's gonna start bashing skulls in and kicking heads in and all that stuff." Which
Well,
no, he still stayed true to his character through and throughout this throughout Winter Soldier.
right.
And that is perfectly emphasized in the beginning of Winter Soldier. He comes in and he's like doing all that stealthiness type thing, like doing a whole Batman thing, and then when the villain, he's fighting the villain, and the villain says to him, "I thought you were more than just a shield." What does he do? Puts his shield behind him. He takes off his mask and he says, "Well, let's find out."
I
Oh,
love that moment. That's a good one to bring up,
oh,
Spoonie, because I love that
I
moment.
feel that.
That's
Well,
I feel it. I feel it in the air tonight.
well,
Oh Lord.
Well, I mean, if you
And
look at
I've
the
been
first
waiting
sequence.
for this moment
moment
all my
all
life.
my life.
Oh
Oh
wow.
Oh,
Lord. If you don't know why I'm singing this
No,
song,
that would be like something out
I
of
can already see, I can already feel
that would be out of
the air
like American
changing
Psycho.
with I'm sorry, I'm Chris Carson with Trooper now. I'm sorry. I was setting up a joke and I was set up a tease for Leia plus size there.
Oh, goodness. Gonna
I
pop
knew
into
that was.
Genesis. Pop
No,
into
I said he's
Genesis.
singing that. He's singing that for a reason.
There's a reason why I was singing that. I was I'm
I
waiting
said he's
for
singing
that
that for a
time.
reason. There's a reason.
Nobody is safe, not even the Wolf Commander.
You're like
There's a
guilty.
reason.
Peter's got no reason.
Continue what you're saying, Trip. I didn't mean to cut you off there or crisscrossing to you.
Well, but I was gonna say it's more indicative of where they went with the film. I feel like the first sequence, it's he's jumping out of you what 35,000 feet,
Yeah.
so probably less than that. But anyway, it's got more of a 007, if you will. Like Spoon was saying, like spy espionage, and of course you had Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow, as not so much a sidekick, but
No, just little sister playing with him.
well, yeah,
Mhm.
basically to balance him out, because I mean he is an altruistic hero, or the aspirational hero, but putting someone like Widow in there kind of gives him a little bit more.
Nuance.
Well, it gives him something to react to, because
It
you have to
also
remember. I was going to say, you have to remember, Natasha's there for another reason. I mean, obviously,
mhm,
she has
exactly precisely.
ammunition, but I mean, if we fast forward to say like Age of Ultron, if you will, I mean, you can see that loyalty is still there. That loyalty never goes away.
Mm.
Called out for playing double agent, but that loyalty never goes away. So
Hmm. Well,
Especially
yeah,
at the end
but it
of Winter
but it
Soldier.
also but it also, but just like what Trooper was saying, the scene with Black Widow, it's also invoking her personality, because on the surface she's appearing to be his friend, and and she wants to be his friend. That's not taking it away, but she's also got another mission that she's not telling him about, and that's really invoking of her character. Hence why he has a difficult time trusting her, because
yeah,
she puts on a facade 1 minute and then she does something the next, which of course makes Steve apprehensive in trusting her.
absolutely.
It also made him a bit apprehensive and trusting anybody within Shield, because even Fury can't even can't stop keeping secrets from him, or at least like trying to keep everything on an even keel. And then there's the whole bit with him and Sharon Carter, when right after she reveals herself to be a spy, not necessarily a spy, but a bodyguard for him. The moment
Mhm.
Nick Fury gets shot, he makes that line. Remember that? What was that line he said to her?
Oh, which one? Before he went into his apartment?
Right after Nick got shot.
Oh, yeah. She says, "I'm Shield Special Ops. I've been assigned to protect you." And he goes, "On whose orders?" And she says, "His," which is Nick
Hmm.
Fury. But that's
Yeah, he also said something else that was very kind of like disparaging of her, and she gives him that look, like oh snoot.
yeah. When what was it? After she had her
They were
debriefing.
Go ahead,
Go ahead, Lydia
whoever.
Bell.
Go ahead, Leia plus us.
Scooney was. I thought he was going to finish, but he's right. She's having her briefing with Alexander Pierce, and she walks past him and says, "I think she says Captain Rogers or his name." And he says neighbor. He didn't say
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
his her name. He
Yeah,
just says
right.
neighbor, but he doesn't look at her. He just walks straight at his says neighbor, and that's when she looked back at him. Yeah. So he's like, I'm not too happy looking at your face right now, because you you weren't really honest with me. And he doesn't say it as a joke. He sternly walks
Mm-hmm.
past her and just says neighbor. So it's like a cut down, you could say.
Well, it's part of
Well,
his
because
She's trying to be all
character.
nice and sweet about it.
won't you please?
It,
Won't
it,
you please?
Mm-hmm.
Please, won't you be my neighbor? No.
and you'll see this. You'll see this from a lot of aspirational heroes. Aspirational heroes don't like being deceived. So when we find out, about Sharon, and then when we find out about Black Widow's ulterior, task she was sent to do, and when we find out, even in subsequent films, especially say like Civil War, uh, I mean, he does not like being deceived, but the reason he ends up deceiving Tony is for a very different reason.
Mm-hmm.
It's not so much the type of deception where honesty versus dishonesty is involved. It's the reason he deceives Steve is because he's trying to keep his family together. His family is basically the Avengers. It's also Tony, but it's also it's also James Buchanan, and that's what that's like a link to his past. The Avengers are a link to his present. Um, you'll also see this with aspirational heroes like Luke Skywalker.
Well, just to bounce off what Trooper was saying, it was also getting back to the character designs. You got to think of also where he is in the story.
Yeah.
After he is in his normal casual clothing,
Mhm.
and he after I believe it was two scenes. He went to go see Peggy, and he was in the museum. And I think he also went to go see went to the VA where
Sam.
Damn.
where Sam the Falcon was.
Yeah.
And you see in those scenes, it's clearly visual storytelling, which I love, but also the character design. He's in the museum, kind of trying to look in a disguise. He's putting a covering on himself to look at the past in which he is gone, the past in which he left behind. The only real tie to his past is the next scene where he goes and sees Peggy. His last link to that era, to that time.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
And he's talking about, and he says he got involved in the field because she helped form it. So it's both obligation, but also a solemn promise that he had made. So, and that's really why he's in S.H.I.E.L.D., because it's kind of the only thing he's got left. And she is clearly on her last leg, and he goes to Sam, and Sam asks him, what makes you happy? And he says, I don't know. And this is all leading back to when he's talking to his neighbor. This all culminates in that one scene when he decides to talk to her and basically open himself up, allowing himself to be vulnerable. And she casually rebuffs him, but says that maybe later or maybe something can happen. And then only to discover that it's just another lie. And that's really what, that's what bothers him more than anything. He put himself out there, willing to make himself vulnerable, only for once again to have Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. and that institution that everybody's telling him is bad but necessary. It's just another method of control. I think that's what I got lost here.
No, I would agree.
Go ahead.
And I totally agree with that analysis, but I wanted to go back to something that Scooney said earlier, and that was about his costume, meaning that the world, that's the whole point of Cap, and why Cap is who he is and why he's one of my favorites, or why he comes in that aspirational category, is because you change the world around him, but you don't change the man. And like you said, his costume may change and the world may change, but who he is as a man, his values, his beliefs, they don't change. He is who he is, no matter what decade that it stands for. So, like Scooney says, yeah, it's all flashy on the outside, but it still doesn't take away from who he is. The costume changed, but he doesn't. He's still the same. I think him and Fury have that famous line where he says to him, I'm trying to think of the line. He says to him, S.H.I.E.L.D. takes the world as it is, not for it wants to be. I'm hoping I'm quoting it right. And that's not what Steve Rogers says. And I think he said, thanks. And he tells Rogers, about time you get with that. And he says, don't hold your breath. And I said, that's Steve Rogers. Yeah. That is exactly who he is. He is.
And Winter Soldier, the movie itself, is one of those movies that people will still continue to appreciate to this day, because it's one of those movies where you find yourself agreeing with both sides of the argument here.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas you're willing to take Fury for what he says about S.H.I.E.L.D., for what their views are and how they do things, but you stand firmly where Captain America is at the end of the day. That's not the one thing I love about Winter Soldier is the fact that, yes, Captain America still wins in the end, but they still lost in a way, because they lost S.H.I.E.L.D., which is one of those organizations that do handle things that they're willing that the heroes are not going to cross that line on, because at the end of the day, you're still going to need those guys. While we still have heroes.
Exactly. I mean, because Nick Fury is an anti-hero, and they do have a place in the world.
Yeah, and it left us with that question for the longest time. what happens to the Avengers if Shield is not around to back them.
Mm-hmm.
And we did kind of get that in Age of Ultron to mixed results. I mean, I'm fairly okay with it.
Well,
I'm
you you
fairly
you
okay.
you
But the answer is also right there in the
you
movie.
have to
Go
go
ahead.
back to
Go
their
ahead.
conversation.
Go ahead,
You
Leia.
have to. That's a good point. You also have to go back to the scene where they're in the bunker or in the cave, and Fury is going over their plans to stop the helicarriers, and he starts talking about, if we do, we can just salvage, and Steve says, we're not salvaging anything. All of it has to go because it's already been
Mhm.
poisoned by Hydra. Hydra's shield is not what it's supposed to be. So on the one hand, well, if I do get your point, what are the Avengers without shield? But shield is not what it says to be. It's been infected. So
Mm-hmm.
Fury tries to salvage it, but Steve has already made it abundantly clear, we're not salvaging anything. It all has to go down, and I guess the rest of it, because all of them kind of agreed with him, and Fury looked around, and even I forgot her name next to her that was said to him, said that he was right.
Maria Hill.
So yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, she said to Fury that, yeah, he's right this time. So I do get what you're saying, but how do you hang on to something that you know is not what it seems to be? So in lies the dilemma. Yeah, they don't have Shield around, but Shield was possibly not got their back like he thought they were. So it can be a bit confusing
Hmm.
Just
because
to
Well,
just
they
to
no
build
longer.
off to build off of that, they say, "What are the Avengers without Shield backing them?" They are still the Avengers, and Shield does still survives, but it survives through Nick Fury, because at the end of the movie he says a lot of rats didn't go down with the ship, so he's going to continue what Shield's been doing. Just it's not Shield anymore.
well,
Hmm.
we also didn't get a lot of Shield per se for the subsequent possible setup of, you know, doing a Hydra film. Do I see that happening? Honestly, not. I think
Mm,
for Marvel, that schedule has changed a few times. I think what we might end up getting might end up being something slightly different than what they've announced. So I know some stuff has been announced and then pushed back. So who knows where it'll go? We do know. I mean, we do know Chris Evans is in talks to come back. What that'll look like, I have no idea. Um, but I mean, subsequently, if they were to go there, as far as doing you know Captain America in the whole Hydra storyline, I don't know if they would do it straight from the comics or if they would just go to 2015 and do Secret Wars, because that's pretty much where I was exposed to Captain Hydra, if you will, as far as like a
God,
comic
what
book.
a dumb idea.
Yeah, yeah, because as far as like comics, like for me, like when we were in the green room, you know, I you know I jumped on U-52, but that was you go into a comic book store with these heroes literally just paper like wallpapered out side to side. And for anyone who loves comics stores, you'll always notice it's one side is DC and then the other side is Marvel. Usually, every now and then you'll see guys dip on both sides of the aisle, but predominantly you'll see guys go in there to do straight Marvel. You'll see the DC guys, um, and what ends up happening is with all these storylines, it's you end up having to figure out, okay, where am I going to take the scalpel to, and who am I going to gravitate towards? And a lot of people always tend to gravitate, obviously, if you're on the Marvel side, to Captain America or to Iron Man. Iron Man for different reasons, but obviously because Captain America is an aspirational hero. So,
Right.
Well, did you guys also happen to notice that Captain America's design in Winter Soldier is almost is meant to parallel Winter Soldier's in a way? Winter Soldier is, obvious. Captain, you notice how, because Shield is Hydra and Winter Soldier is Hydra's perfect soldier. So you can kind of see the echoes and the parallels of what Shield is trying to make Captain America be. But he doesn't.
Yeah.
But that's not who he is.
Yeah, definitely could see that.
Execute your orders, soldier.
Exactly. And it's interesting because the more everybody keeps telling Captain America what the world is, the more he keeps fighting back and saying no. Everybody's trying to basically force him into believing this mindset.
No,
and
you move.
Exactly. Whereas Bucky is ultimately what they wanted Captain America to be, brainwashed. And what happens if you keep brainwashing somebody for so long is that eventually, which is what I loved, is that they kept him out of cold storage for so long that Bucky's mind was starting to clear up.
Yeah.
And he was starting to see through the fog.
The reason why this movie was so good as well is because the creators behind the scenes put in a note saying, make it honest trailers proof.
Well, but it was also
Captain America, he's good again.
Well, what I liked about the Russo brothers is that when they were doing Winter Soldier, they already knew, well, okay, everybody knew the comics of Winter Soldier, that they knew it's going to be Bucky. So they said, okay, let them keep that, and while at the same time, we're going to quietly bring in a surprise that nobody thought was coming, because everybody thought the big reveal was going to be Bucky. No, the big reveal was the fact, oh my God, S.H.I.E.L.D. is Hydra.
Kind of aged well, didn't it?
Yeah,
I was going to go back.
You figure with casual.
This is.
Go ahead, Leia plus size. I know Trooper, you said something, but let's have the Leia Valor go ahead with this one.
Yeah, Troop. I was just going to say, yeah, you're right. Normies would not know that to a normie who doesn't know that's comic storyline, they're shocked that it is Bucky. A lot of people are like, oh, they had that shock that it was him. For us who went in already knowing, we were prepared. But I was going to go back to a point that he made. I think I lost it that quick. I have to think about it. It was a point that he was making about Hydra.
You want Trooper to go ahead then?
Yeah, go ahead, Trooper. I forgot what I was going to say. Go ahead. I was going to say the Russo. I got it. I'm sorry.
Brothers, you got it.
Yeah, the Russos. I give them a lot of credit. Well, first of all, to me, what I was saying is, I personally think it's my favorite Marvel film. I think it's the best Marvel film. Speaking for myself, the only reason I count how many times I've seen it and how many times I've known all the dialogue. And the reason it was for me is I give a lot of credit to the Russos for really bringing this character out of his shell. Really everything they did, their adaptation of the comic. So a lot of that, I do give a lot to the Russos. Basically make him, if I can say that, turn him into, he meets Steve Rogers a badass, but not badass as far as evil. But as far as I'm the aspirational hero, but I'm no joke. Definitely that fight on the elevator, I think really showed that. And also back to what Squinty's saying about the costumes between the Winter Soldier and Steve paralleling, because their lives were parallel. Like you said, that's what they wanted to do, is make Rogers like the Winter Soldier. And we also know because they're opposites, but their strengths are pretty much the same. That's what I go back to, what I think about Civil War and those accords, and knowing what I know, and that Ross, who knows that maybe signing those accords, he could have said, well, we're gonna put Rogers in some sort of stasis, so if we need some sort of assassination done and take out a threat, we're going to use him. And like you said, Wolf, he kept buckling that he wouldn't be the soldier they wanted to turn him into. So a lot of that credit I give to the Russo brothers. But yeah, the costumes that they wear do parallel each other, but also bind them together in a way as well. Go ahead, Trooper.
Yeah, once Trooper is done making his statement, we can segue to whoever wants to go next for their favorite male character.
Mhm.
Okay.
Well, all I was going to add to that
Sure.
was with all the subtle world building that was going on through these films, especially through 2014 when this film came out. I mean, as far as the storylines, they were very cohesive. Uh, you have to think of how painstaking it was to try to keep as many loopholes closed as possible. Well, yeah, because I mean, if you think about it, I mean, when you look at all these, when you look at a decade in film, we're going back as far as 2008. We're going back as far as Hulk, and obviously there were a few. I wouldn't call them missteps, but they were definitely a few changes throughout the very beginning, as far as uh, Hulk from where he started to where he ended up. Um, I think with Captain America, it was very consistent up until probably about the very end. I know for and this is where the casual audience gets in the way of the film, because what I was going to add to this is Captain America is an aspirational hero all the way through Endgame. I think at Endgame they pretty much give the casual audience the end that they wanted, but not an end that would be open ended. That's true to the hero that allows him to come back. I mean, you got to remember these actors have been going at it for almost a decade. I mean, they walk, with the exception of maybe RDJ. I mean, they all pretty much more or less walked in as maybe B-list actors. Some of them are still considered B-list actors, and some of them have, of course, ascended to the A-list. But case in point, with Captain America and Winter Soldier, what we got was uh, Captain America in crisis. Because throughout that whole film, he's in crisis mode. It's how does the aspirational hero deal with crisis? Because it's a different type of crisis by the time we get to Civil War. And I keep bringing up, how families being torn apart, but that's a type of crisis that involves other people. The type of crisis is that he is in here is a conflict of character, in the sense of, okay, so now he's suspicious of Black Widow, he's suspicious of Nick Fury, he's suspicious of basically everyone around him, and that unfolds in a way um, that is true to Cap's storyline, because once you start seeing the threads being tied together towards the end of the film, you realize all of this has been one big giant subplot to more or less bring on a global surveillance system. So, and yeah, and that's why you get the shield is not what it should have been. And for most people, like I said, the casual audience, yeah, they get some of that, but they're more interested in the action, which to me is beyond me. It's like it's not. A lot of these films
Yeah.
masquerade themselves as action films, but they're really not. I mean, the action is just a way to, keep the pacing of the movie moving. So,
I can't tell you how many times I had to hear
But,
that
but,
and groan so much when people talk about, oh, I like the action, I like the action, I don't care about the talking points. I'm
I'm like,
like,
you
shut.
like the stump people. I mean, give the stump people credit. Like, instead of saying, "Oh, I'm a Chris Evans fan," okay, well, find out who his stunt dude is and be like, "I'm a fan of that dude," and follow.
Mhm. If you care about the action so much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
well,
It's kind of
well,
like Ray Park in Darth Maul. Like, um, the moment I saw in, I'll keep it short, but the moment I saw the duel between Ahsoka Tano and Darth Maul, and how many resources they put into that, I could tell it was Ray Park just by looking at the feet. Like, as far as his stances, I'm like, Ray Park did action capture for this, and sure enough, they disclosed later on, oh yeah, Ray Park did that.
Yep.
So back to your point, Leia.
Go
I
ahead,
was going
Leia.
to say that's one of the reasons I like. I do get what you're saying, and I agree. What I like about the Winter Soldier movie is that the action that they do have, I do get it. There's more to it than just action. I love
Yeah.
it. It's more than I one reason I really love this the film is it's not just the action scenes. I love the action scenes. They're my absolute favorites. I mean, I can watch that battle between him and the Winter Soldier in the street over
Mhm.
and over again 1,000 times. I could never get tired of it. Never get tired of it. I
I'm
love
on
that whole
600
fight
right now.
scene. Yeah,
Yeah.
I pretty
that.
much I pretty much mimic all of the movements.
So much. Me too. Me too. So much
Yes,
so
yes.
I gotta say this right now, guys. Years ago, I'm gonna say 2 years ago. Let's go with that, or three.
Okay.
So you guys already know my characters, and you guys seen a bit of the fan art I do with them, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
So I was gonna do a month of Marvel for each Marvel movie that I liked, and I was gonna recreate a scene. And so far, I did recreate a scene of Winter Soldier. You can already guess which scene is that. So it's a little subversion.
Mhm.
Um, so I like to imagine my characters on what world, not necessarily of subversion. It's more of me reliving my childhood a bit, where I took characters and put them in worlds that I like to see in from the stories I watched from the '90s and stuff like that, right?
Right.
So when I start the what I like to call on my DeviantArt Fan Art Tuesdays, it's what my characters will look like or who my characters will be in that world, like a
Yeah.
video game or a movie. So I'll get to the point. In the Marvel MCU world, uh, you guys know my character Sybil. Sybil is Captain America in that world.
Oh, okay.
And you can pretty much guess who the Winter Soldier is, which I don't think
Mhm.
none of you guys know the name to, but she has a twin brother named Bastion, and Bastion's in short, Bastion's the Winter Soldier. But
Very cool.
I recreate that scene where Winter Soldier literally punches the shield.
Hmm.
And lately, I think since I'm on a art roll right now,
Mhm.
thinking about posting that online so you guys can see
Do
it
it.
for
On
visual
me,
Do
we.
it. I want to see it.
on MeWe. Yeah,
Yeah.
I want to see it.
I
Do
would
it.
love to see it.
yeah, you'll see the sketch form because I haven't inked it yet.
Right.
I gotta clean it up though because it did get some smudges there, but I'm definitely gonna be posting that up on MeWe, so you guys will have that for a visual treat. Because man, it's the old style that I drew them in, but
Mhm.
damn, it's good. Like looking back at it now, I was looking through my artwork, and I happened upon I was like, damn, that actually looks good. I might as well post that up. But yeah, so buy buy Winter Soldier on physical media, guys.
Mhm.
Yes, yes.
And
I
that's
have
basically
it.
what we're saying.
I,
Uh,
I got it
yeah, I
already.
have. Yeah, I have it for sure. I After I saw the movie, I had to get my own personal copy of it. I had to see it because I'll tell you, when they go at it in when I was if you were in the theater, because I saw it on opening night, I wasn't expecting it to be as good as it was, but when they went at it in that fight scene, oh, the theater I was in, everyone was just all into it. I mean, some people were even
mhm.
Oh yeah.
applauding at the end. Yes, they were applauding at the end because that was just so well done, and just
Mhm.
that was just great. That scene when they go at it, just and it's just it's earthly fighting. It's not,
Just
no
hearing that,
offense, it's not.
just hearing the fist hit that shield, and you just hear
Yeah, when the
boom.
yeah yeah when the fist hit the shield, yeah, and you hear that, and how they just keep, and he throws a punch there, and then Cap there and turn around and kicking and jumping. I'm like, they are really moving in this thing, and Bucky's flipping knives and just going at it. It was just
Yes,
raw fight,
Sebastian
like
Stan did
hand to
those
hand.
knife flips too.
He did. I remember seeing the video of him talking about practicing how to get it just right and flipping it to
Mm,
get as authentic. He wanted to be as authentic as he could in his scenes, that his fight scenes that he was allowed to do. He wanted to be as authentic as he could, and I think it was authentic because it was hand to hand combat. It
yeah,
wasn't
Mhm.
supernatural kind of fighting, or maybe Doctor Strange fighting someone else, or Tony using rockets. It was just them using their physical bodies to
all
fight
kinetic.
each. yeah, exactly. And we got to remember they're both super soldiers, so they just they just knocked that out of the park. And like I said, it's paced just right. It's not, it doesn't take away from the film. It's just perfectly in. And then you guys notice his mood changes when it's revealed who the Winter Soldier is, and
Hmm.
how Steve just backs down. He doesn't finish off the Winter Soldier. When the mask comes off and he sees whose it is, his whole demeanor just changes. They,
You even
it's
get
just like,
Bucky to have a pause that moment too.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. This is the funny thing. They both sort of just freeze,
Hmm.
and then when he's back in the brainwash machine with Pierce, he tells them, the man on next to him, who's the man on the bridge, and he says, he keeps asking. He tells them, "I knew him. I knew who this guy was," and it breaks my heart. But his fault was that remembering. He's malfunctioning because he's remembering. So that's why he's
Hmm.
unstable. So they had to put him through that thing again to try to get him back under control. And then if you notice in the second act, when they have to have the fight again on the Helican, when he has to fight him again, Steve is in that he's back to his costume in the first Avenger, which is to
Right.
get, I know why, is to get Bucky to remember. That's why he says it. I'm going to try to get him to remember. And then, like you said, everyone says that you need to kill this guy. This guy is not going to remember. You need to take him out. And I think Rogers has already made up his mind. It kind of reminds me of the scene in Return of the Jedi where when in scene where Luke is talking to Leia, and he tells Leia he has to face Vader, but he's not going to kill Vader. I'm going to bring Vader back around because there's some good in him. And
Hmm.
everybody wants him, including Obi-Wan and Yoda want him to kill him, but Luke Skywalker is already made up in his mind. I'm not going to kill him. I'm going to bring him back around. And it
I didn't
reminds
even
me of
know
the
we
same
lost
thing.
Scooter at that time.
Oh, oh,
Hello.
hello, welcome back, Scooney.
Before we get
Welcome back.
into the before we get into the next person, want to read some comments real quick.
Yeah,
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 yeah.
sure.
yeah, sure. Go right ahead.
I got nothing but time.
Hmm.
Sam Proctor says Leia's lying. Her favorite costume is when he comes out of the super soldier tube.
All
it's
right. So I
it's
was,
not a lie if it's wrapped in the truth
yeah,
or
yeah,
unwrapped.
but I, I was, well, guys, I was trying to be honest. I said, well, the stream says favorite male costume, so I figured,
Well, yeah,
well,
exactly, exactly.
Yeah,
it
yeah,
didn't
yeah.
say it didn't say clothes. It didn't say clothes off, so I can't talk about the scene in the first
I
Avenger. So
love it.
I
I
went there.
love how she's playing it off.
You know, you
Good,
know.
good on
Speaking
you, Leia. Good on you.
Yeah.
speaking of clothing, I got to say, one of my favorite scenes that comes to mind now that we're talking about Captain America from the first Avenger is shortly thereafter when he's doing that chase and he's just in, busted pants, busted shirt, and freaking running barefoot. So
Yeah.
yeah,
All right. Uh.
Yeah, he's discovering his powers. He's like a baby learning to walk. He's
exactly.
discovering.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I did mention
yeah,
that
what he can do.
a few
Yeah,
times.
yeah.
Well, I'm not sure which stream it was, but it was just him just running, just running. He's got this he's got this momentum going. He's just bumping and rolling and he still keeps going because his body now is acclimated to his new serum that's pumped into to his body. So
well,
he's almost like a speeding car with no brakes at that point.
well, what's interesting too is that he was wearing that exact same getup when he wakes up in the new world, when he wakes
Oh
up in the
yeah.
modern world. So that design is supposed to show, showcase, yeah, he's in that design when he's in the super soldier. And what does he do? What's the first thing that happens to him? Immediately, the larger world that he has stepped into comes in and disrupts his normal life. Hydra kills
Mm.
Dr. Erskine and already is on the attack. So what does he do? He runs. He runs towards the danger. And at the end of the movie, he's once again in that same getup, but he's now in a new world.
Mhm.
Brian Gilmore into
Yeah,
Victoria Fat Bow.
exactly. Yeah, yeah. He's right back with it.
Hmm.
He says to Victoria Fat Bow, I've
Mhm.
always liked Tails from Sonic the Hedgehog. I always found him cute. Plus, when I draw him, I aim for the I'm taking him home reaction. That must be a reference to the movie.
Uh-huh.
I still need to watch that. Sorry, Big Al Presents says Shatner's Captain Kirk TLS, Alan West's Batman, Buck Rogers, Flash Gordon, Luke Skywalker, Fox Mulder, Arnold as Conan, and Terminator, Hawkman.
Yeah,
Huh.
pretty much. That's funny that you mentioned a lot of that stuff. I hadn't even thought about Flash Gordon, even though I have some of the old serials on DVD.
Hmm. Brian Gilmore mentions Wolverine having a badass design. Sonny Oki says one comic character I will mention Venom, both the original McFarlane design and some of the later ones with the big teeth and tongue.
Mm-hmm.
If you can call him a hero, which later on we know he goes into anti-hero mode.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Doggo
yeah.
Hollenberg, welcome as always. I was waiting for this moment to welcome you as well, Doggo Hollenberg. So he says this. I think Cap's Age of Ultron uniform is my favorite. Makes him look bulky, but I like it though.
Hmm.
I also like that little gadget that recalls his shield too. That little magnet.
Hmm.
I was just excited that they
Yeah,
introduced.
I like that. Yes.
Go ahead, Trooper.
I said I was just excited that they introduced Wanda. If we're talking about Age of Ultron, um, but speaking of Age of Ultron, I do like the cocktail scene when they're all
Yeah,
in and when they're all in that cocktail lounge, if you will, if
I
we're talking
think I know what you're about to
power,
say.
yeah, like you've got it's all the groupings there. Your aspirational hero, your elemental hero has not shown up yet. I mean, that's in the form of Vision, but well, and you
Mm,
can say Thor if you really wanted to go that far, but you get to see how all these different types of heroes react to a certain situation, which just happens to be Mjolnir. So
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, right when
Mhm.
Ultron says had to kill the other guy, he was a good guy. Captain America immediately gets all serious instead of going, "You killed someone."
yeah, yeah, yeah,
it
and
really does sound like a sociopath that just really outright just confess that they commit murder. That's how terrible that's how terrifying Ultron started off as. I mean, say what you
Yeah,
will
I
say what you
agree with.
will about his comedy and the humor that they injected to him. I really did like that stuff, and I was still all for him, even when he was making those type of quips and stuff. But go ahead, Scooter.
I agree. The thing that really what I liked about Ultron. See, I like when he's first introduced, but as the movie progresses, he gets less and less terrifying and intimidating, and he turns into almost like Tony Stark if Tony Stark was a robot.
Yeah, because he was obviously made by Tony, which is
Hmm.
where Josh was going with that. He was saying he was an emotional being
Hmm.
manifested.
yeah,
But I just like how he was in the. I like how he was when he's first introduced. Almost immediately, he's very curious, but then he immediately decides what he's going to do. And then when he meets the Avengers, he's kind of in this, like you said, sociopathic taunt-like state. But that's what I liked. That was my favorite version of Ultron. That design.
Hmm. Brian Gilmore brings in Barrett Wallace from Final Fantasy VII. He said, "You do not mess with that gat." Marlene, baby, Marlene, baby, fine, huh?
that's old school. That's very old school. I hadn't even thought about Final Fantasy.
Yeah, I was quoting Advent Children, Barrett Wallace, by the way. Senator Proctor says, looking back, most of the Phase 1, Phase and 2 jokes were actually funny. Yeah, you know what? I do make it I do tend to say that most of the jokes in the later MCU films don't really get a groan out of me because I can see that there are jokes. Now, Ragnarok, it's a bit muddled because we all remember that scene where Bruce falls onto the Rainbow Bridge, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
At that point, I whispered to myself, I'm like, come on, Thor Ragnarok,
I
be
loved it.
epic.
I loved it. I probably
I'm
am
just saying, I was just
dissenting
sitting there,
opinion because I
yeah,
heard most of us talk about Taika
like,
Waititi, or if you listen to certain people on YouTube, is it what is it, something woke titty, but
Taiki WT.
yeah. But the thing about that was it's the difference between phase one and phase two, and by the time we get to say Ragnarok, the big difference, and I don't know if anyone's put any thought to it, is that those jokes happen within the context of the film, meaning you're introduced to the world of that film. So when the jokes are made, you instantaneously get them because they're being bounced against that film. It's not being bounced against social commentary. Like,
Hmm.
and I'll give you a perfect example. Doctor Strange. Like, me personally, I like the film. It's not the best film
Yeah,
in the MCU. Honestly, I take a lot of issue with the Doctor Strange film, but I settled for what I got.
oh,
But
he
I
lost
mean,
Leia.
but the whole "Try Me Beyonce" line, that to me was cringe because now, mind you, yes, for whatever reason, Beyonce seems to exist in, on MCU Earth 1999. We all know that was more of a pop cultural reference, and it was a reference against the film, and that's why it rings hollow.
Well, it's also because it feels like we're just seeing the same joke being used again because that person listening on a headset was in Guardians of the Galaxy when the
Yeah,
alien was listening to Star Lord's music box. But
yeah, yeah,
why did it work there? Because you could say, oh, it's funny because the alien has never heard of something like this before and he likes it.
yeah, exactly. And that's really like what I was getting at. It's within the context of the film as opposed to a pop culture reference.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, granted, it even makes another pun even further, with the ring on it, and Wong listening to Beyonce. Now, me personally, Wong would not listen to Beyonce. Let's be real. He probably listened to Cardi B or something like that. But
No, no. Oh,
but it was a joke against the spell that was being cast to retrieve all these tomes. It's like, spell ring, ring on it. I'm like, yeah, you're digging here. I'm like, you're digging deep.
Yeah,
So,
of all songs, why single ladies?
I know.
because most of them are now. And that is not a social commentary on the women of 2021, but a lot of them, unfortunately, yes. So,
I don't know if the Lady of Valor is going to join us again.
oh,
Hopefully,
well,
she will.
yeah,
But
I'm
I'll
sure
still
she'll
continue.
show
I
up.
think one of the comments down here said she's been taken by the Death Star. I mean the
Oh
Imperial.
wow.
Cooper,
No.
what did you do?
She was kidnapped to Captain America's lair. So if you need to know where she's at, just send him a tweet. I'm sure he'll respond within the next 15 to 20 minutes. So
About
well, it depends where you guys want to go next. We've pretty much covered Captain America. I mean, unless you want to go next Wolf or you want to go Schooner. Like, I already kind of have an idea where I want to go with it, but I'm more interested in hearing what you, Schooner, since you tend to be just as inquisitive as I am, what your take on your favorite male superhero is. And I'm pretty sure Wolf is either a furry or has some form of skin tight suit. So
I actually got a list here. So
I only have a tiny list. My list is not as big as yours or Al's.
okay. So this is aspirational male hero designs. I loved Superman from Superman the Animated Series. That's my favorite.
Okay.
That's my favorite design. I did have Captain America on here, but I actually had, like I said earlier, the World War II Captain America.
Yeah.
Generation 1 Green Ranger from Power Rangers. I love that.
Ooh, okay. You know
Limit
what?
to one so I can share a screen, Schooner.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I hadn't even thought of Saban and
Which one you picked first,
Power
Schooner?
Rangers.
Oh, I got Superman from Superman the Animated Series. That's my favorite design of his. The quote unquote Timverse. Before he got all edgelordy. Which, in my opinion, might be the best DC universe, in my opinion, the DCAU.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's probably still closely to...
Yeah. See, right there, just look at that. And all his glory right there, all of his iconness. I just love that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it totally is a reflection of the true blue Superman.
Yeah. It rings close to, the Superman that we could see in syndication if you can get your hands on the old black and white TV shows. I mean, the traditional costume. The colors are intentionally, chosen to stick out in a way that, it brings your eyes to the S.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And you don't mess with the S.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think that's why a lot of people are resonating to the new series that's on, the constantly woke network. But I mean,
yeah, I don't want to talk about that.
Well, I was gonna say, people are jumping on that boat. Me personally, I'm more comfortable seeing with what I've seen out of the animated universe. I don't want to go down any more sitcoms. Like, the best thing to do, honestly, if you really, for anyone who really loves this stuff, like, get your hands on Superboy if you can get your hands on Superboy. I don't remember it actually, having a big release, but I mean, Superboy did have a series, and then from there we went to Lois and Clark.
Yeah.
So, yep. And then of course you have Smallville, and I think that's where a lot of people, especially within our group, if you think about it, given our generational gaps between the boomers, the millennials, and like one or two zoomers, like, I think everyone has a consensus that at the very least they've been exposed to Smallville in some way, shape, or form. So
yeah. The next one we already talked about was Captain America World War II design.
Mm-hmm.
But let's go to the third one. The Green Ranger from Generation 1 Power Rangers. Which I still love that shield he's got on. It's really cool.
Yeah. I had totally discounted Power Rangers because, it's Power Rangers, but I mean, I remember, Power Rangers was a huge thing. I mean, I still have some Power Ranger action figures, but I don't have like the 3-inchers. I have like the 6-inch figures somewhere. I'd have to see if I still have them. Just because like when I like moved from Utah back down to Nevada, they're in a box somewhere. But
yeah.
But yeah, like even the toys, like I know that Aged Boomer and I know Tony Pacelli, Papa Pacelli, were talking about, Toys R Us, and it's like that's where I came across those toys were at Toys R Us, and the quality of the toy is very different now than when it was then. And I hate to say it, it's only down. So
yeah, just look at him and all that. Look at that.
Yeah, like was it maybe Hot Toys or Mezco? Still, you could still find some pretty cool, posable figures if you know where to look. So,
but it also echoes, Tommy's personality as well. That he stands out from all the other Power Rangers because of that green shield he's got, and he's very outgoing, and he's he's ready to fight, but he's also one of those fighters who does not seek a conflict.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Which is interesting because of the Sentai that they pulled from Z Ranger.
Mm-hmm.
which is interesting with the material that they're able to lift from that to be able to form a show on their own when it came down to Tommy and Jason, concerning that Burai, the counterpart to Tommy, was the brother to the Red Ranger Geki, who was the counterpart
Mhm.
to Jason. Which, if you guys look back to if you actually get a chance to look at the original version of the Green Ranger Red Ranger fight, there was a lot that they could have still put into that final fight between Tommy and Jason.
Mhm.
Granted, the time was a factor, which of course I
Mhm.
understand why they would not get enough into it. But I was like, man, there was some stuff that they could there was some stuff that they could have put in,
Mhm.
like little things like that. They could have cut it in there. Granted, um, of course we had the Sentai Warriors fighting, unmorphed too. So
Mhm.
Yeah.
there's that factor. So there's a factor of also catching a quick scene of the other group that was with
Mhm.
them witnessing the fight.
Yeah.
So yeah, which I have to bring up Burai, because it's funny that I bring up Burai. What, anybody remember the moment when the Green Ranger rolls up from after uh Rita casts her spell on him?
Uh,
Uh, Refresh my memory. I haven't seen this in a long time.
yeah.
Tommy was Tommy was briefly Japanese before they before they put him in the suit.
Oh, geez.
Okay.
So the scene she's back. So the scene where she where he sits up, he's briefly Japanese
Mhm.
Tommy, until the suit actually materializes as as the Green Ranger. We're talking about the Green Ranger, by the way. Leia Plus Size, you just ran in. Are you still here with us? Are you okay, Leia Plus Size?
Yeah, sorry about that, fellas. My computer went out for a second. Sorry about
Mhm.
that. I'm getting so
All right.
I'm okay now. I'm much better now. You're talking about the Power Rangers now?
Yeah, we're on Schooner's favorite male characters. He mentioned Tim versus
Okay, are you
Superman.
you're talking about the Power Rangers now? You're on the Power Rangers? I didn't see
He's
the Power Ranger
We're on the
suit,
Power
so
Rangers spot on the
I'm
list.
gonna go ahead and
I was all ready for
all right,
this
I will sit back
favorite male heroes
and
design
listen.
I just made a whole list.
Yeah, he started with the Tim versus Superman, which is my favorite interpretation of Superman as well.
Mhm.
Besides Christopher Reeve,
Mhm.
always besides Christopher Reeve, Tim versus Superman, Tim Daly Superman, as I like to call him,
Yeah.
is mine, or George Newborn if you watch Justice League DCAU version.
Mhm.
Mhm.
But I'm gonna piggyback off of Schooner here. I like to add with him. Jason's my favorite out of all the Power Rangers for male superheroes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah. I especially love the like you were talking about earlier, the fight between the Red and the Green Ranger.
yeah, that was
And
as
what
brief
I
as
love.
that was intense.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Schooner.
But what was I going to say? What I liked about the Green Ranger is that a lot of people, you could tell that they were trying to phase out Jason the Red Ranger when they were bringing in the Green Ranger
Well,
because
they had to use them sparingly because Burai doesn't show up nearly enough in the series of Zero Ranger as well. Just remember that the Sentai Push had to work with. So when
yeah,
they had to when they needed to get the Green Ranger back in, that was not feasible enough because of course they had a limited budget and limited Sentai to work off of. So when you think about it, when you try to want Tommy to come back, there's no way to do it with Sentai
yeah,
footage that they had to use to manipulate to make an episode out of. So
mm-hmm.
they had that's why Green with Evil became such a big hit, and that's why Tommy became a big hit when he came back to aid in the Rangers.
Mhm.
when they finally got around to figuring out which episode to siphon from to use
Mhm.
for an episode. So take in consideration that when yeah, you can say that they were trying to put position Tommy as the leader, mostly because we all know behind the scenes that it's rumored, of course, and speculated that the actors weren't getting paid enough, and they were ready to leave, or at least from what we hear from the actors, they left on their own choosing. They didn't leave because of money issues with or
Mhm.
any or in the case of David Yost, Billy, who played Billy on the show, left because of just to let everybody know it's a different time. There were
Oh
people that
yeah,
were
yeah, yeah.
they were harassing David Yost for his sexual orientation,
That's not
and
right.
Leia Plus has come back. Yeah, so and he confirmed it in an interview. He definitely confirmed it in an interview that he was harassed because of his sexual orientation, and it really hurt him. So he got very emotional when he talked about that. But that's me going on a tangent. Continue, Schooner.
No, I was just yeah. I guess I'm gonna go on the next thing on my list. The next one on my list is Aang from Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Ooh, a good one.
I mean, his when we got to season 3, he had a wardrobe. His design changed, but I still like,
Briefly,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, briefly. But his original Airbender one is like my favorite. Look at that, gorgeous.
You can tell that they took a long. It took a long time for them to get this show off the ground when it came down
Mm-hmm.
to figuring out how to design each nation in their own way and their fighting styles, the way how they manipulate the elements and all that stuff.
It's
Did
just a
anybody
lot of
ever,
time and
by any
effort.
chance, catch the pilot that they used for it?
Oh yes, the unaired pilot. Mm-hmm.
Which was
Yeah,
interesting.
it was very interesting. A lot of things changed. They changed so much out of it, but that pilot. What I loved about that pilot is everything that was in there found a way to be in the show at some point.
Leia, you want to say something? Is she still here? Okay.
No, I was just asking the pilot for the last Airbender cartoon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a pilot. And Zuko's design
Can you
was.
fellas hear me?
We can hear you.
Yep, I can hear you.
How about you, Trooper?
Okay,
I
sorry
can
about
hear.
it's okay.
Yeah, you're coming in and out here and there. So you might be experiencing some trouble there, right?
Okay, yeah, it's starting to rain a little bit, so that's probably why
Yeah, the weather.
I'm out.
Yeah. It's cloudy over here, so it might rain tonight or maybe in the morning.
It's overcast.
Welcome to spring,
Right, right. It's
everybody.
starting to
Yeah,
rain, so I might be yeah, I might be floating.
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Okay.
What
I'm
you gonna say,
floating.
Lynn?
Yes. I might be floating anywhere. I'm getting a new laptop anyway. The one I'm using now has kind of seen its last days too, so it's
Look at that with his
be
hair.
funky. No, I was just going to say also I'm getting a new laptop. This one, the one I'm using right now has seen its last days. So hopefully by next week I'll have a much, much better one, much router and everything.
Good luck with that. Definitely. Good luck with that. Uh, Schooner, tell me why you like Aang.
You don't let me
Okay.
interrupt
Wait,
you.
wait.
It's
Hang on.
Spoon's show, so you go ahead and continue.
All right, go ahead,
If I
Schooner.
can't speak, I'll just listen because I still want to hear what you have to say.
Well, what I liked about Aang from Avatar: The Last Airbender is that he's an aspirational hero, but he's from the way he's portrayed, it's almost like he's an unlikely hero. You know, he doesn't want this thrust of destiny be put on him, but he's not like running. He doesn't run from his destiny. when he wakes up and he finds out what happens when he ran away again. And so he says, all right, I'm going to make a difference this time, and I'm going to go and I'm going to fight the Fire Nation.
Thanks.
Uh-oh. Make sure she's still here.
But what drew you guys to Aang?
You know what? I zoomed through a lot of that stuff so I could watch the film, and by the time I got to the film, I was like, "This is nothing like what I just finished seeing." I was like, "This is terrible." Yeah, like I like zoomed through all that stuff.
Dude, you know what made me stop watching the movie?
What was that?
Well, you know what? I'm of the school now that it's better to watch the film first and then read the material so that you kind of have some form of like reference.
Yeah.
To read the material, because what I personally found, and Harry Potter is not on my list. By all means, he is not on my list. Like, and I couldn't tell you, you know, I like Harry Potter and that kind of stuff, but I can't tell you why it didn't make my list. Well, actually, you know, if you look at my list, you end up seeing why. But it's like, you know, for me personally, I got into the habit of reading the novels and watching the film, and then I was like, wait, you know what? I need to stop. I need to watch the film first because I'm going to be disappointed every time I switch that, because what ends up happening is so much gets cut in terms of footage, and that goes with these things, especially with The Last Airbender, because
the Last Airbender had a very troubled production.
Yeah, it did, and it's like they were trying to draw a contrast between the fire people, the water people, and it's like to the point where it's like that film could not be made in 2021. So yeah, it just couldn't. So, but you know, in contrast, you know, watching the cartoon, it's a very, I don't want to use the word lovely, but I guess I could. It's a very lovely cartoon because it teaches, you know, the kids watching it, like, you know, because you know,
Professor Geek break time for me.
Okay, cool. Don't fall in. So what ends up happening, you know, is, you know, you come with all these tenets and all these, you know, I don't want to say teachings, but you come up, you know, you come with all these points.
I get what you're saying. It found a way to instill the philosophies of aspirational goals, but they were able to do it by using that Eastern philosophy of looking within yourself and finding, like, for example, this was the show that really got a lot of people started on chakras or the different styles of martial arts. But back to what I was saying about Aang being an aspirational hero, it's because he is aspirational because he is good to his very core. But but when he finds out about his destiny, he finds that it's a bit overwhelming. But he doesn't. But that doesn't stop him from doing the right thing in his personal life. Yes, he ran away. A lot of people say, "Oh no, he's cathartic, motivational." No, because he ran away when he found out about his identity. But he wakes up, and when he sees the hostile world he's in, he does the right thing. And then when they say to him, you know, Aang, the world needs you. You need help. And he's like going, I don't know if I can do this. But he's not saying I'm not going to do anything. He instead says, I don't know if I can save the world. I can try, but I don't know if I can.
Yeah, and you know that seems to be the formula that's baked into the aspirational hero when it comes to having to have that crisis moment, or like you know, the term I used in the green room, that flashpoint. And for an aspirational hero, they meet the issue head on. The moment they deviate from that, they're no longer an aspirational hero. We get into fallen hero territory, and I know you're going to talk about this a lot.
The list. Yeah, because we're still on aspirational heroes on my list, but don't worry, we're gonna get to. Okay, so we got aspirational, we got cathartic. I also got anti-heroes and unlikely heroes.
Okay.
But I'm going to get to the next one right now because we just finished with, oh my gosh, Chakaras. I love that song. After Aang, I went right to Tron.
Oh, nice.
Tron.
Nice.
From both the original and all the way up to Tron Legacy. Because
all the way up to Legacy? Okay.
Yeah, Legacy, and that's including Uprising. But Tron is another one of my favorite character designs. The 80s one I really thought was cool because they definitely tried to make him look like he's definitely he's not from our world. Whereas Legacy,
absolutely.
And Legacy definitely changed his design, but I thought it was really cool. But what I liked about Tron is, and he can also fit into Fallen Hero as well, because, you know, I guess you could say subjected to mind control can mean he's a Fallen, but
because he is repurposed. Yeah, because that's one of the few things Flu can
Before
do.
we continue for Leia plus size, is your connection doing well? Can we hear you?
No, she fell off the stream from what I.
No. She's back.
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hear me?
Yep. You're coming in and out, but
can you hear me?
Yeah. It's not your day today, Leia Valor.
The storm passing over. I've been a bit wonky. We'll see how much longer I can go.
With the weather going on like that, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, well, it started off good, but then I guess I thought the storm would pass. I feel like it was going to pass, but it looked like it's and also
okay.
this laptop has kind of seen its last. It's been funky all
we'll
week.
We'll catch you up what we're talking about right now. We're talking about Tron.
Everything should be a whole lot better once I get my new one all set up and everything, and more up.
Yep, Bruce Boxleiter and all
Tron?
of his glory.
Yep.
Yes. Oh
Tron
my goodness.
Legacy?
Both.
Small story. Used bookstore. I came across.
Okay. All right.
Books he wrote. Passed on
Go
it.
ahead and continue. Hopefully, I won't disappear.
She's out of sync.
Yeah. Why, you ask? Because it was a signed copy, and I was like, "Oh, I can always come back get it. $99. I'm not paying that much." Yeah, gone.
Yes.
Gone.
Great.
All right, continue, Schooner. Good list.
Next on the list is Kermit the Frog. I love his design. I love his design. Well, because what I love about him. Yeah, he's a little scaled down from the other ones, but he's always trying, because all the Muppets love Kermit, and he's always trying to basically keep the peace on the Muppet Show tonight.
Yeah, but you know what? It's a good pick because you got to remember, and
I'm out of sync now.
Yeah, you're out of sync.
Yeah,
plus size.
Not a whole lot.
You're kind of like catching our reaction like late in.
But what I was gonna say, Jim Henson had some very memorable designs.
Mm-hmm.
I love that selection because it really, regardless regardless of the adversity of being green. I mean, look at what Jim Henson created. You had Fraggle Rock. Designs appeared in The Labyrinth, with Jennifer Connelly and Bowie. So yeah, those are some very iconic designs. So, and Kermit is iconic of Jim Henson. Like you see Kermit, you think Jim Henson.
Well, he is, because Jim Henson was the original. Wasn't he the original voice for Kermit?
I think so. I'd have to do further deep diving into it because when I came into the Muppets, it was around right after Muppet Babies had gone off the air, but it was in syndication at that point.
Yeah, but that's Kermit is like one of my he's one of my favorites because he's always trying to, despite the adversity and all the problems that he's going through, he tries to maintain. That's what I love about him. He's always trying to maintain. He goes with the flow. Sometimes much to the joke either being on him or coming out the short end, but he tried.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Next on the list is actually Goku from Dragon Ball Z.
You have that
I think we all know Goku.
Yeah, because I didn't do Dragon Ball Z that much.
Mm-hmm.
I should just actually. You know what? Let's go with if you're saying Goku from Dragon Ball, might as well go complete Dragon Ball, which is the original, which is his kid look.
Yeah, his little kid look, and he's based off of what was it? Journey to the West. Sun Wukong, yeah, and Sun Wukong, much like his personality, is that of a free spirit who, again, he comes off at I'd say he's aspirational. He wants to collect the Dragon Balls, but he's not so much doing it for power or wealth. He's kind of just doing it just because he's interested more in the adventure.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And that's always what makes him home.
Until he matures, and now it's the thrill of combat, as always. I mean, he still has a sense of protection and saving people. He wants to protect the Earth, which I gotta say is a big disappointment on my end, because when it comes to Super, yes, he still has that traditional Goku isms where he's protecting the Earth and protecting everybody who he cares about, but there are times he's so juvenile about it, whereas in Z, he takes everything seriously.
Mm-hmm. Well, Goku is he's the personification of self-improvement. He's always trying to improve himself as a fighter, as a warrior as well. I mean, when he finds out that there's something, a new technique, he wants to learn it. And he doesn't do any shortcuts. He's willing to go all the way in order to get it.
Before we continue, Schooner, Leia, are you familiar with Dragon Ball? If you're still let me see. She's still here. Oh, she's gone.
Leia, join us in the chat if you can hear us.
Darn it. I was just about to ask her and she disappears again. They're on to us, guys. They're really on to us.
I told you just gotta send Captain America a tweet. He'll respond within 15 and 20 minutes.
No, what I was gonna say was back to what I was saying. He takes everything seriously in Dragon Ball Z. I think a lot of people have clamored about that. Like they were very disappointed in Goku's portrayal in Super. That whereas every once in a while when I revisit a Dragon Ball Z clip, everybody clamors to old school Z Goku, because when you look back at it again, I'm like, Goku took things way seriously than he does in Super.
Mm-hmm.
There are times when you do get a glimpse of Z Goku, but that's only when he's like in one-on-one private fights or like one-on-one fights in general. And where he, the only times where he doesn't take anything seriously in say Z is when they're on downtime and when the Earth's not threatened,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like Chi-Chi trying to get him to get his driver's license, or Chi-Chi trying to get him to get him a job, stuff like that. That's Goku traditional. Whereas when it comes to protecting others, like say his sons, that a lot of people say he's an irresponsible father. I will fight them tooth and nail.
I disagree. I disagree.
I will fight them tooth and nail about
because
that. The defense. Go ahead.
What's his motivation in Dragon Ball Z? Okay, Raditz takes his son. So what does he do? He goes after Raditz.
Exactly.
And he's even willing to team up with his arch nemesis Piccolo. Granted, it's a one-sided nemesis fight, but he's willing to team up with Piccolo to go and to fight Raditz. And then what is he willing to do after Gohan's little burst of energy when he attacks Raditz? Raditz realizes, holy smokes, this kid's dangerous. I have to eliminate him. Goku immediately puts him in a headlock and tells Piccolo and sacrifices himself. He tells him, Piccolo, kill me and kill Raditz.
The
Okay.
literal definition of what how a father should be.
Mm-hmm. And then what does he do?
Not these negative portrayals that we've seen in media nowadays.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Schooner.
Exactly. And what's his motivation to wanting to go to King Kai's? Well, there are 2 more Saiyans coming, and that means, holy smokes, I'm dead, and the other, my friends are going to fight these 2 Saiyans, and my son is going to be one of them. So I got to go and I got to train as fast as I can and get back there and fight.
First thing he discovers is the fact that he can leave Underworld. He can come, or at least they know that he can be wished back, but he has a journey to get back to Earth, which is a long road. Like he has to go way back the way he came. So I'm guessing so you don't miss that point where it takes him back to Earth and bring him back to life. But even then, it's like the moment he's been offered that chance, he takes it because that's his chance to get out there and go protect it, go aid his friends in battle. And of course, we all know the stakes are raising. They keep raising and raising and raising. The more he keeps racing towards that finish line to get to the Earth. Sadly, by the time he gets there, most of his friends have been killed already.
Yeah, but you do see that he's grateful that Gohan's alive. And that's thanks to Piccolo. So once again, he owes a debt to his nemesis. I'm just saying. Anyway, but then we get to the Namek arc, and he shows up. And then when he goes Super Saiyan, when he's fighting Frieza, he tells Gohan, like he immediately, and he's not sugarcoating it. He tells him to leave the planet.
It's like get everybody here, and leave right now. I will not repeat myself again. I don't know how much I can contain myself. Go. That's a father. I don't know what these people were smoking on when they made that because like I said, I think a lot of stems from I don't mean to blame, I don't mean to put Team 4-Star on as to blame. They're not to blame, by the way. They're not to be blamed. They were making the jokes. The problem is people took it far too damn serious. Than they should.
And those who say, Goku's a bad father, I'm just like, clearly you have not been paying attention, nor have watched anything, but have just gone by what the online forums are saying. You watch the show, he's not. He's the personification of what a father should be.
Right.
I said right now, and this again, I will really fight tooth and nail again with anybody say, if you ask me, Vegeta is the worst father than Goku. Because what does Vegeta do when he gets to Earth and Bulma is pregnant with Trunks, or at least she has Trunks? That fool was millions lights year across the galaxy trying to one up Goku.
Yep.
And even when he meets his future son, his son from the future, Trunks, he's ready to brush him off too. So who is the better father? Y'all trying to say Vegeta's the better father? I'm like, excuse me? Did we watch the same anime? Because nothing in Vegeta that I saw shows him that he was a good father. He only became a good father at the near end of the Cell Saga. And even then, the only time he actually did do something that was fatherly was towards somebody else's kid. Which I'm not saying that that's a bad thing that for him to do. It's good that he went out of his way to protect Gohan, or at least to distract Cell so that Gohan can take him out, But I'm just thinking like, bruh, when they like Vegeta, they'll say Vegeta's the best father between him and Goku. I'm like, when?
The only
When?
time he was ever good. The only time he's ever a good father is when his kid is dead from Cell, when he shoots that beam through his chest, and then he
Mhm.
gets all rage mode and angry, and Trunks is like going, "Yeah." And you know what? I'm sorry, but Trunks is starved for his father's affection. I get that, but that's like, I'm like, I don't know what people are saying.
It's like
I just
they find him relatable because a lot of kids are starved for family affection too.
don't.
Apparently, I
But
think that's why they think that they have a very twisted worldview because like any sane person would see everything that Vegeta has done is not fatherly.
he's a good. He does care for Trunks and Bulma, but you know, those moments of affection, I don't know. They're so few and far in between.
Let's just say he got better in Super.
Yeah.
He got a little better in Super. I will say that. But as far as like caring for him, sometimes it comes out of convenience
Mhm.
at times. But
Let's see.
back to Goku. Yeah,
Yeah.
Goku. I would say I will still maintain I'm like, did you guys not see the filler episodes between the Cell Saga
Hmm.
where he's hanging out with his son? Did any of you guys not watch any of the movies? Because 9 times out of 10, he's hanging out with his son. That's what
Hmm.
fathers do. Last time I checked, I'm
Exactly.
like, I'm like, I hate to bring this up, but they even took a bath together.
Oh,
I hate to bring that up. It's going to be. I know it's going to be taken out of context.
Yeah.
too late. Too late.
I'm just bringing that up now. I'm not even saying that in hopes that nobody takes that context.
I
I
got
know
my
somebody.
2021 hat on, so you know.
I'm just saying, like, even in what's that movie one? Which movie was it? Let's go with Trio Might, shall we? Let's go with Trio Might. There are ones where where Goku hangs out with his son. When they
Hmm.
even talk about keeping Higher Dragon, aka Icarus, from barging in at their home, scaring Chi Chi.
Hmm.
Like he loves his son, but he also cares about his wife too. So it's like, hey, we got you gotta find Icarus someplace to be, so you and him can hang out together and not scare Chi Chi.
Exactly. They even have that special little secret between father and son. Goku is actually going out of his way to hide Gohan's pet.
Mm-hmm. Go, go going around getting giant piranha fish to feed the family.
Hmm.
I'm like, bruh, you could look at Chi Chi and Goku's relationship and say it's dysfunctional. I'm like, nah, she loves that man. If if if,
Exactly.
if she didn't, she would not have married the man.
Uh, let me see. Next on the list is Captain Kirk, the original Captain Kirk from the original.
As Al put it.
Toss.
That was actually funny. Al actually said Captain Kirk, and he's on my list. The original from the original series. Because what is he? He's confident. He's commanding. He's commanding, and he's not. He's not think. He does get emotional, but he's not. What's the word? He's a captain. He's professional about it. And of course, William Shatner. We must overcome.
Oh my gosh, yes. That man is a national treasure. That's all.
No, he is.
Leia Plus has his back. Um, let's see. Leia, how's your audio? Let's check it out. Hopefully her audio is good.
I had to,
Nope. Heard her
can
for
you
a
hear
second.
me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you. It's clear this time.
She's back. The Lady of Valor
Can
is
you
back.
can you hear me?
Can you hear us? That's the real question.
I think
I can
so.
hear all of you loud and clear.
Okay, sounds good.
And it sounds like sync. It sounds like
Yeah,
she's
I can hear.
syncing. She doesn't have to catch up with us.
Like a 5-second sync.
Ugh, must be the rain. It was a weird day. I waited for it to go away a little bit before I came back.
Okay.
But if you guys
Schooner
can
has a
hear me,
long
I can
list.
hear you guys.
Yeah, just to get you up to
I
speed.
would imagine. Oh,
Schooner has a long list. He
We
came from
all
Sorry, not sorry. I have a lot of heroes.
he came from Superman.
he's a complicated man.
Yeah, he's a complicated man living in the basement with good Wi-Fi. No, what I was gonna say was to catch you up, Leia plus size. He started with Superman, the Green Ranger, Tommy Oliver from Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, to Kermit the Frog, to Aang, to Goku, and you can catch us on the back watch, by the way. And now we're on James Tiberius Kirk from Star Trek, the original series.
Mm-hmm.
well, I have to say this. What an interesting list, Goonie. That that is
I don't think we're done
that
either.
is.
No, we're still on
Oh,
aspirational heroes. We haven't gotten to cathartic yet.
Oh my
Nice,
goodness, Schooner.
nice.
Do we even have
nice.
enough time for this?
I love it. I love it.
But
that is
yeah,
a
the
very.
reason why,
Go ahead.
go ahead, Lady Valor.
I was going to say that is a list that you can't help but to just you have to listen to why that list is so. That is some diversity there. You have a frog and Superman and a Green Ranger and now Captain Kirk. Who would have thought?
Don't forget an Airbender and a Monkey Man.
And an Airbender and a Monkey
Literally.
Man. How I would never come
Well,
up with a list by that. But go ahead, continue.
why I like Captain Kirk is that even if he didn't know the answer, he had to have one because he was the captain.
He has a crew that respects him too.
So is
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing
yes,
too.
they
It's
did.
that everybody's saying Captain Kirk had all the answers. No, he didn't. He said he's only as good as his crew.
This is very true.
And I mean, he
That's
basically,
what makes him a good captain.
exactly. I'm going to get on the list because what hasn't been said about Captain Kirk. The next one on the list is Optimus Prime.
Oh, okay.
Matthew Flynn should have been here.
Yeah, right. That's exactly who came to mind too.
I was going to ask, Goni, was that your favorite Captain Kirk costume or the last one you had? You can go back to Optimus Prime, but I was just
Actually,
curious.
believe it or not, actually, my first, well, I do like the original series Captain Kirk, but the first Star Trek movie I ever saw in theaters was when my father took me to go see Star Trek VI: Undiscovered Country, and I just loved it.
Nice.
Yeah, but getting
And
to
now
the Optimus Prime Generation 1. Oh, go ahead, Lady of Valor.
No, I was going to say, go ahead. You're on Optimus Prime. Go ahead.
Optimus Prime Generation 1, you know, he was just, what I liked about Optimus was that he was rallying the Autobots against the Decepticons, and despite the fact that they were fighting a somewhat losing battle on Cybertron, he still maintains, you know, hope that they're going to be able to succeed. And he, you know, he believes in victory without sacrificing any of his soldiers under his command. In fact, he willingly, on many occasions, gives his life in order to defend them, which is something that Megatron often exploits.
Nothing else to add there?
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah,
We
I
can
can
hear
hear you.
Yes, we can hear you. I was going to wait for you to finish.
Well, that was the end. Something that Megatron often exploited was
The
his
general
willingness,
synopsis.
his willingness to sacrifice himself. And there's nothing he would never ask, and there was nothing he would never. There's nothing he wouldn't ask any Autobot that he himself would not be willing to do.
Mhm.
You know, something I think we should have started off with Schooner at that time. he brought in a variety. We went on a cool discussion about Captain America himself. Continue, Scooter, if you can. Or
you guys were having a good time. I was patient. I said, it's, you know, just wait.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
That's
the next one is Duke from GI Joe,
Oh, nice,
the
nice.
original
Sweet.
Generation One GI Joe.
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're talking about. And what about Duke makes him your guy?
Well, once again, he's that. I sometimes drew parallels to him. I kind of called him in the at least in the cartoon, he was a human version of Optimus Prime, and he was not only that he was a patriot, but he was really dedicated to uh, making sure never to give Cobra Commander an inch. He was always being a thorn in his side, always on his tail. But if I had to pick a Duke for a more mature audience, it would be from GI Joe Resolute. That Duke was,
Mm.
he was he was all let's get down to brass tacks here. Let's find out what what was it? Cobra had already made its first strike, and despite the fact that they couldn't save everybody from Cobra's first strike, he's basically saying, "You can bet I'm going to find you guys." We're going to find Cobra Commander and we're going to take him down. What did you guys think about Duke?
When I think of GI Joe, like I tend to think of Flint, or of course I always think of Snake Eyes, and then of course I don't know. I'm always drawn to the theme of the more fascinating. I mean, Baroness, and I mean Scarlet, of course, is Scarlet, but there's something to be said. There's something to be said for a calculating mind. So, and that usually seems why I tend to be drawn to the type of characters that I'm drawn to, and they come in a wide variety. It's just when I think of GI Joe, yeah, Duke was always definitely there, but I always thought of Flint first.
Well, I think what also drew me to Duke was that he was always the grounded one. He was the one who was kind of keeping this because everybody had these very differing personalities, and they were all these crazy, diverse minds and thoughts. But Duke was the one who was always grounded and the one who could keep them all together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, great.
I have to look at the original G.I. Joe one of these days because I know dick all about Duke.
Yeah, he's.
I could tell you a lot about Lieutenant Stone from G.I. Joe Extreme, but never Duke.
Yeah, that's. But he's like the nemesis to Cobra Commander, which is
pretty much.
Cobra retreat.
In case you guys don't know, this is Lieutenant Stone, which is basically a stand-in for. He's basically a predecessor of Duke.
Mm-hmm.
I always loved G.I. Joe Extreme.
Mm-hmm.
I still do, regardless of anybody who says otherwise. I love that show. It's not perfect, but it can be gimmicky.
Yeah.
But you just can't beat that roll call.
No, you really can't.
Shall I regale you guys with the roll call?
Go ahead.
Roll call. Extreme. Quick strike. Ballistic. Harpoon. Mayday. Black Dragon. Sergeant Savage. Right. Lieutenant Stone. I think I did their voices correctly.
Did you guys ever watch what was it, G.I. Joe Renegades?
Yes.
I did not.
I also like Duke in that one too.
You guys have been busy in the comments, and I don't know how long we're gonna get into all those comments, but whatever. We're here.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, speaking of which, we do have Matthew Flynn in here. Okay. Speak of the comrade, and he shall appear. Apparently.
Do you want to put a hold on this and go to the comments?
Yeah. Neil Star, did you ever put up an introduction? Because you were here for some time, but I don't know if you doing some doing your favorite entrance. I'm looking at it real quick. I'm looking for it real quick because we've been going for almost a 2.5 hours. Well, not 2.5 hours, like almost going on 2 hours.
Yep.
Neil Star has graced us with his presence. So if
Well,
you have
yeah,
if you have reposted Neil Star, if you still, oh wait, he's gone. But, I'll catch him. Y'all raving about Snyder right now. That's interesting. Y'all talking about Dragon Ball already. No, Leia Plus is still here for now.
Returned. Hello, everyone.
Yeah,
It's Dad. I fixed my
I was
little.
addressing. I was addressing Melissa Harris. Melissa Harris also brought Mega Man. Seems.
oh, Mega Man's good too. I like Mega Man.
Of
Yeah,
course,
yeah.
Brian
He's
Gilmar
not.
brought up first
He
because
makes
he's
the
the Mega
list.
Man expert.
He didn't make the list. These are just things that came up off the top of my head. And I
Yeah, Victoria Fagball, you need to start.
yeah, start watching Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Yeah, get your hands on the physical media though, because a lot of this stuff is being memory hold as we speak.
Neil Star commented on when I talked about Tommy momentarily being Japanese before he materialized as the Green Ranger. I turned in Japanese. I think I turned in Japanese.
Yeah,
I think I really think so.
Love that song.
Me too. They were talking about Jason's departure along with Trini and Zach's. You guys are freaking singing the Green Ranger theme song. Oh yeah, Brian Gilmar also agrees with you about the shoulder armor, or at least the shield for the Green
Mm-hmm.
Ranger.
Yep.
I'm pretty
I
sure.
think
I'm pretty
I
sure ZU in universe it meant something. But go ahead, Schooner. I didn't mean to cut you off there. And
I just like his I like his weapon too. It's a dagger that's also a flute that can summon his Zord. Come on. That was beautiful.
Goldar's gonna get you. Go Green Ranger. Go Green Ranger. Go go. Neil Star says, didn't Tommy get promoted to leader after becoming the White Tiger Ranger? For a while. Well, not no, actually no. He became Green Ranger. He became a leader, de facto leader, in the halfway point of season 2, right after Jason left.
Mm-hmm.
Because Jason was still the leader the moment the White Ranger came in. It was when Rocky came in. That's when Tommy start taking leadership.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's when that came in. Not when Jason was there. Right after Jason left, because they try to prop up Rocky as the leader somewhat, but not so much.
Have
It
as
didn't it
commanding a
never showed.
presence as Jason did.
Yeah, it never really showed that much. I mean, he was. I would say this: Rocky was a leader of his own group, not necessarily with the old crew, but somehow they gel well. Somehow, and Leia Plus is back with us.
Sorry about that, fellas. It's just not, like you said, it's just not been my day. It's
Sorry, I brought all the
very.
jokes. He says the Disney Empire let Leia go. They're tracking her.
Maybe, perhaps, but they can't hold me down.
Well,
That's a
then
good
this
one.
is the moment. Oh no! Then that would mean that the Death Star's closing in. Quick, Wolf Squadron. We got to go and attack the Death Star.
Uh, Brian Gilmartin says they used what was called Zhu 2 footage. It was footage created specifically for the U.S. show, which included the return of the Green Ranger. Ah, thank you for the
Okay.
trivia there. We got some Avatar talk too here and there. Santa Project says the Avatar themes were playing in my head.
Is anybody else blown away by that final battle at the end?
Oh man, I tear up every time.
Yeah,
Actually, no,
but
you know what episode makes me tear up the most though?
what's that?
The Guru episode.
Oh, yeah, the Guru,
You know what scene I'm talking about, probably.
the one where he's remembering all of his people.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And when Guru Patik comes in, he says, "You have felt a terrible loss when you lost your people,
Hmm.
but that loss,
He's not gone.
yeah, and
Grown, reborn into new love.
but yeah, when I saw them and they start fading away, oh my goodness,
Hmm.
that just no better way to illustrate the loss that he's feeling when he thinks of his nation that has
Yeah.
been completely wiped out except for him. What's everybody take about that scene? Have you guys seen that scene? Leia plus size, have you watched Avatar?
No, I'm afraid I have not seen that scene, so I couldn't
Oh,
comment on it.
we spoiled something for you.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. I know
You can
of
catch it
it.
on Netflix. I can tell you that right now. You can still catch it on Netflix along with its sequel series, though. I advise not watching the sequel series.
Oh, okay.
It's
I'll
just not.
take your word on that.
It just
Is
don't have
this
the same
live?
punch.
Is
It's not
this
live
live
action.
action or live action?
Animation.
Animation. Is it anime? Animation?
Pseudo.
Anime?
It's
Oh,
they
okay.
call it pseudo anime because it's an American show with ideas, but it's Korean animated.
Oh, okay. I see. I follow you. Okay. Well, for the heads up, you say better not watch the next one. Oh, I don't know. That's a warning.
Not really a warning. It's just a It's just letting you know what you're what you're going into.
Oh, that's okay. I'm learning a lot. Some things that I've never caught, I can catch up with.
So Samuel Proctor also says about Aang's character.
Mm.
This is an interesting character study right there about Aang himself that I think Schooner only wasn't able to bring up because he's briefly mentioned his he has a list, so he has to make it brief for each
Yeah.
one. So he says Aang left because he wanted to stay a fun, normal kid with Gyatso protecting that innocent. That was an interesting take on a hero's journey too, or at least a refusal of the call. See, most of the time we tend to use the refusal of the call for, let's just say, the Spider-Man trope,
Yeah.
whereas he let's just say he didn't answer he inadvertently refused to call when he stand aside, if you
Hmm.
will.
Hmm.
And we see the folly of why we see now why he jumps in for everything he does as Spider-Man to protect those, protect the civilians of New York. But in the case of Aang, he refused to call because he wanted to be normal,
Hmm.
which is what every one of us wanted to be. We always want to be normal. In regard, and this resonates with anybody of any walks of life. If you wanted to be you know of different sexual orientation, or if you wanted to be of religious, or of any race, whether you want to be cultural or not, you just want to be normal. Growing
Hmm.
up, yes, you want to be normal, like you want to it kind of speaks to that rebellious side to us when it came to our parents trying to push us towards an expectation that they saw us in,
Hmm.
Hmm.
and we
What
now
I
see what happens when we don't follow that, and even in our own way we step up to the plate. But go ahead, Schooner.
But it was just exactly what you were saying. He refuses the call to adventure, not because he's afraid of the responsibility, but it's, people are treating him differently. They say he's got this great destiny upon him, and he doesn't want to be, he doesn't want to be this special person, but he's still
You
all,
notice when you
uh,
say that, that's a lot of the SJW writing in effect right there.
yeah.
talking about how special he is and how great he's gonna be and what he's gonna do to the world,
Mhm.
and he wants none of that.
He wants
Unlike
none of
the
that.
SJW written protagonists, where they just jump at the call because somebody told you how great you are. They
Hmm.
didn't even train you. They just say, "Oh, you're gonna do good."
Well, you saw
Exactly.
how, yeah, you saw how Ray was able to do her Jedi mind trick in under 5 minutes. So
But the straw that broke the camel's back for Aang is the fact that they said, okay, well, clearly they basically said, well, clearly Monkey Osso's the problem and he's got to go. And that's when he decides to leave and run away. They were going to take him away from the last vestige of normalcy he would have had. And he got terrified. He refused the call to adventure, and then he wakes up 100 years later and he saw the consequences of running away from his responsibility. So he says, especially what I love in Siege of the North Part 1, he says, I wasn't there when the Fire Nation destroyed my people. I'm going to make a difference this time.
Yeah, he's already sure of that now. Nobody's telling him you're gonna make a difference. It's him who's saying that because he
Mhm.
has went through that hardship to earn that line.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike just like everybody else, the same thing with Zuko. Even Zuko, you can put him on here. Lots of the characters, definitely. Every that's one thing that makes Avatar: The Last Airbender last so long and resonate with people because nobody is not wasted. Even the
Exactly.
one-off characters are not wasted. So let's get back. Let's get into Zuko real quick for a spell.
Mm-hmm.
He there's a theme of him paralleling Aang in such a way where both have this have both have dysfunctional lifestyles, if you will. They have people telling them how great they're supposed to be. In the case of Aang, he's great because he's the Avatar. Zuko
Mm-hmm.
is great because he's the prince to the now crowned Fire Nation ruler, uh, Fire Lord Ozai. So there's an
Exactly.
expectation pushed upon Zuko, especially when Fire Lord Ozai has this mandate to perfection that he wants out of his two children.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you bring in Azula in the mix, which
Mm-hmm.
is another tragedy in itself because she's basically the SJW's written character, which is interesting because
Well, this is interesting. In the new if they were to do Avatar: The Last Airbender today, could um, what was it? Azula would actually be the hero of the story.
yeah, she'll be the Catra of that series of New Ra.
Precisely. Yeah.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, because she'll do everything wrong. She'll do every terrible thing to people, but yet somehow at the end of the story, she'll end up with Kitara
Mm-hmm.
because apparently she quote unquote sees the good in her.
Yeah.
But Sam Proctor says
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Jordan Peterson's secret is ooh. I went cross-eyed there. Excuse me. Let me collect myself real quick. Sam Proctor says Jordan Peterson's secret identity is Kermit. I, every time I hear him, he does sound like he's Kermit. His voice makes him
Mm-hmm.
sound like he's Kermit. Neil Star says, I've always gravitated towards the great Gonzo. Oh, yeah. Who doesn't love Gonzo? He's married to a hen.
Mm-hmm.
Not a, excuse me, a shrew.
That's also what I loved about Gonzo too. Gonzo, very similar to that of Kermit. He tries to find the best in his situation.
This also brings up Journey to the West, baby. Yeah, we can also bring up Sun Wukong, the Monkey King,
Yeah.
who I like to see him as the journey to being a better person, despite
Mm-hmm.
you being a person of mischief and bad ideas, basically a juvenile. He starts off being juvenile, but then over time he starts to learn how to be a better person, especially when he gets the rude awakening from Buddha.
Yep.
Have you heard of the Journey to the West? Any of you guys?
No,
Oh
I'm
yeah.
sorry. I'm not familiar with that.
What about you, Trooper?
That's before my time.
Like literally before anybody's time. But I saw the newest adaptation of Journey to the West from the same guys who did Kung Fu Hustle.
Nice. If you guys really want an anime version of it, check out Sayuki Reload.
Oh, okay.
Because they have the general arc. They have he's actually called Son Goku in that one, as the Japanese like to call him.
Mm-hmm.
But there's also Pixie, who's Hakai in that one.
Mhm.
Mhm.
There's another demon that I keep forgetting his name, but Gojo is what he's called in Sayuki, and of course the monk that Sun Wukong travels with is Sanzo, I believe. And I forgot what his name is in the story. I gotta catch up on that here and there. There is also Monkey Magic,
Mm-hmm.
which is a '90s. I'm gonna be kind and say it's '90s, but it was a Korean or Canadian animation, I think. I'm not sure, but it slightly retells Journey to the West.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if you guys know about that one either.
Mm,
No,
no,
no, I
I'm not familiar with that one.
that's all.
I'm just I'm just gonna have to do a whole laundry list of things to check out in the Facebook group. Yeah, they're gonna be like Wolftan, what the heck are you doing
I
sharing this
still use
stuff?
Facebook. Oh my god, 7 to 20.
Shut up. I'm still on
Goodness.
MeWe, dang it.
Goodness.
I'm still on MeWe, and I'm not leaving yet. I'm on Mines.
Yeah, that's like the MySpace of social media. Like anyone who still uses, Twitter or Crackbook, it's like, you know,
Well,
2005 is over, bro. It's like it's 2021. Like Seven to the Future with me. It's DLive, Trovo, Telegram, like Twitch of all things. So
So is that all the comments or no?
No,
Oh,
I'm scrolling down.
oh, okay.
I'm being selective here.
But back to what we were saying about Zuko, you're absolutely right. Zuko is the very definition of how to write a sympathetic bad guy. But I don't know if he's really. He's what I like about him is that he's a fallen villain, and
right.
then he gets redeemed
Mm-hmm.
and
Brian
becomes
Martin.
a historic motivational hero.
Yeah, like redemption arcs tend to be more of a thing as we get more towards modern films. Not that redemption arcs were never done before, but we see a lot more of them. And then what happens, like once we get to about now, they tend to they kind of almost do away with them altogether because
Gonna cut
they
you
have
off real quick, Trooper.
consequences to their characters.
Gonna cut you off real quick, Trooper. Schooner. Once we're done with the comments, can we move on to Trooper real quick, and then we can
Oh
get
yeah,
back into your heroes a bit
yeah.
in the fun talk right after
Oh,
me.
I'm good. I'm good. I've got Ultron playing in the background. I don't know what y'all are doing. So.
Wait, what?
I'm listening, and then I'm also doing some quick review here. Just kind of watching Age of Ultron. So
Brian Gilmar says, considering how half this generation hates their parents, is it a wonder? Is it really any wonder that they dunk on Goku? Yeah.
yeah, because again, the commentary as past streams have been, you have a whole generation that they've grown up with a cell phone or a tablet in their face, so that automatically just does a dissolution with familial ties. And if you're not getting them at home, you're getting them through like animated features or through shows or through film.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's when we get into more of the psychology aspect.
Yeah, because just like the analysis of Dragon Ball, we're talking about the father and the prodigal son is what we're really talking about. It's not whether he's a bad father, he's a good father. Yes, that is true. And as far as fathers go, they come from all over the spectrum. But at the very end of the day, it's what you do with what you're given, even if that legacy is tarnished or if that legacy is one of a magnanimous company like Stark Industries. It's what you do with it. And unfortunately, the more we talk about themes like that, we start getting, we start crossing with intersectionality, and intersectionality does not like taking responsibility for their consequences of their actions.
It was also the 90s was also really around the time when we were getting into that quote unquote the divorce generation.
Yeah, because
and divorcees.
That's actually a good tangent.
And broken homes.
Yeah, because like TMNT, you had Shredder. Spinner brings up a good point. You did have broken homes. In Teenage Ninja Turtles, you have Shredder, you have the Ninja Turtles, you have all these characters that interact with each other, but the turtles themselves, even though they're heroes, come from a broken home. We don't know a lot about Shredder. What we do know is that his relationships with his comrades are not on the best of terms. It's more of the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So
yeah, exactly, and that's the problem. Is that what the real problem? If we want to look where it went wrong, where's the source of it all? It's really about the breakdown of the traditional family unit.
Yeah,
I mean, and that's the problem, is that it's the breakdown of the traditional family unit. I mean, you can have, and I'm not saying have a mom and a dad or two moms or two dads.
Right.
You got to have those stable pillars in your life. You need to have the caregiver and the provider.
Right, and regardless of what that looks like, because all of the characters on your list have all had some familial tie. Even James Kirk. It's like he talked about his father, but he built a relationship with Spock, and that was more of a brother relationship, and you got to see that play out throughout the films. And like even Optimus Prime, if we talk about Optimus Prime, his family was his comrades, and that was because ties were forged through war.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem, is the breakdown of the traditional family unit is because now we have all of these people having children out of wedlock, and I'm not saying, there's always circumstances as to why, and I'm not going to fault anybody.
Absolutely. I mean, you don't have to.
But the problem is that these children, various children, are growing up are not growing up without one or both pillars. And what are they doing? They're retreating into media and these figures who they are projecting their familial ties to. The father, and what are these? And that's a responsibility that unfortunately is getting lost on these people, these various celebrities, because what are they saying? They're saying you need to hate this certain type of people. You need to condemn these certain types of, that kind of stuff.
Well, yeah, and even with Leia's, depiction of Captain America, to kind of tie into, Captain America and the aspirational hero. I mean, he had family as well, and that came down to the Avengers, and it came down to James Buchanan. So all of these heroes that have been listed all had pillars in some way or another. I mean, their character was built by being around all these influences, and mind you, they start out being malleable, but once they hit their flashpoint, that's who they are.
Well, all of these characters never shunned or hid from personal responsibility. Every single one of them admitted to their fault. I mean, when Iron Man confronts Captain America and says, "Did you know that Winter Soldier murdered my dad?" He says, "Yes, I did. I did know he did it, but there's an extenuating circumstance behind it." But of course, Iron Man didn't want to hear it. Superman, he admitted to he was going to admit to certain flaws that he has as well.
Yeah.
What I love about the Green Ranger is that he knew his limitations, and he knew where he helped any way that he could. He didn't have all the answers. Even what was it? Even Tron was having when even
we didn't
Tron,
even talk much about Tron, did we?
No,
No,
but
no, and that story has so many layers to it. I mean, that's its
yeah,
own
that
thing.
story of him has. Yeah, he's right about that. But I think one of my favorite ones is during Tron Uprising when the ISOs are there's unrest going on in the grid with the ISOs and the other programs, and Tron almost never takes a stance on whether he likes the ISOs or not. Flynn says the ISOs are here to stay, therefore they're here.
You doing all right, Leia?
Yes, I'm right here. I had to make a quick stop to the little girl's room. But I'm back now. I just yes, I just muted it while I went to the little girl's room, and I'm back. And I believe you all are now talking about the Tron movies.
Yeah, we swung
I heard.
back to Tron. We were talking about we're cycling through the comments, but yeah, we were talking
Okay.
about the parents and how we people would like to see the dunk on Goku being an irresponsible father. Yeah, we're back on Tron though, because I mentioned that we didn't really get much deep into Tron that much.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I know I was listening to you because you were talking about Airbender, and I'm sad to say I really don't know much about that world. So I'm going to have to take your suggestions on looking at some
Hmm.
films and cartoons to understand those characters because I don't know them very
See,
well.
Well, do you build? I'm kind of curious because I know you're really big into Marvel. But in your collection, do you actually like have animation in your DVD and Blu-ray collection, Leia?
I do, but it is Disney animated films, and
Okay,
I have a few um,
you
TV
fit right
series. But
home there.
yeah, I think some of my favorite Disney films, the Disney princesses. I do have some of those, the classics.
okay,
So those are the ones that I have.
It
yeah,
As
because even the princesses,
and the X-Men. I have also the X-Men cartoon and the Batman animated series from the 90s. They're in my collection as well.
So that just yeah, exactly. So that just drives to my point because even some of these older princesses, and especially in the X-Men, you see a lot of family relationships and how they interact. Whether if we're talking about, well, we're not talking about Cinderella and her dysfunctional relationship because really, what she aspires to is to have something that was not hers at the time, which she ends up with through, fire, if you will. But if we get to maybe like some of the newer princesses tend to have a real big issue um, in that we automatically just ignore the whole premise of like a lot of these characters, how they're built and their flashpoints, and we just assume that they're great from the very beginning. Um, and when I think of princesses, I tend to think of maybe like even Jasmine. Even Jasmine had somewhat a relationship with her father. So
Hmm.
yeah,
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 I agree. I agree.
and even though Aladdin himself does not necessarily have a family, I mean, we go even
Until we get to Aladdin and the King of Thieves.
yeah,
Which is
yeah,
the
yeah,
better sequel.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's a lot of layers to these characters, and I think I think now that
Of course, we all know which Disney movie is the better father-son story. A Goofy movie.
A
Of
Goofy
course, because
movie that
Who
has
could argue
heart.
with this, Jim? Who could argue with this, Jim? Nobody else but you.
oh,
God,
I
It's
love that
all
God,
song.
to you.
even Benji, who's a terrier, has a family, and it's like,
Oh my
Exactly.
goodness, that movie made it.
if we're going into Disney, and even Herbie the Love Bug, there's family there that like. But what we see is, we see the family and we see the religious institution just removed from a lot of this stuff because
Mm-hmm.
thinking of
I agree 1000%. I absolutely. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Trooper, but I want to
yeah,
say you're absolutely correct.
Before
The
you guys
class.
continue, I would like to address Melissa Harris' comment real quick. I had it floated for a while.
uh-huh,
That Frieza should have stayed dead. Goku teaming up with his father's killer just feels wrong. No, I argue that it has potential.
Mm-hmm.
That that in with the story with stories like that, you can your main goal with that kind of story is for you to show the characters can move on.
yeah,
Is what I'm
Mm-hmm.
trying to say. He's, you know, it's not that it's, and here's the thing, it's not that Goku teamed up with Frieza like willingly like that. He was reluctant. We all know that, and
Mhm.
I'm assuming she's talking about Super.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
assuming she's talking about Super because he chose Frieza for the reason why is because he's powerful enough to be able to match what they're up against in the
mhm,
tournament of power. From what I'm not, mind you, I've not watched Super at all
mhm.
since its inception. But
Neither have neither have I.
I just know the premise of the tournament of power from those who talked about it in my circle. So there, like like I said, it's not like he just outright just chose to ignore everything that Frieza's done in the past.
Yeah.
It's just that, he's the only thing I can think of that can actually match the same power level as who we're up against, like nobody else. I mean, we just lost Boo. Obviously, Boo forgot to join them because Boo be stupid,
Yep.
Boo be dum dum. But yeah, so they end up choosing him to tag with them, and we all know that bringing Frieza back really opens more doors to what he can do as a character. Maybe he can go through his own little Vegeta realization or Vegeta
Mhm.
transition like Vegeta did.
Mhm.
So there's, like I said, there's potential there where
Well,
he where,
also, you have to remember, a lot of these creations tend to be by happenstance. Now, more, you know, traditionally, you had an idea, you worked with it, you put it on paper, you put some effort into it, and you had a great piece of work. As filmmaking became more complex, so did the making of film. And what became a big issue for Marvel at the very beginning, when I mean Marvel Studios wasn't even a thing. It's literally weaving all these storylines together so that at one point you'll have an opportunity to tell them. So, stuff like that. If you think about, oh well, this shouldn't have ended like that. The one thing we have to look at is these writers are definitely from a separate generation. So, I mean, the way
Exactly.
writing is a different style, and style
Mhm.
it opens up a door to something else, like Wolf was saying. And what we're getting now, when Leo was agreeing with me, as far as we've removed the family and the religious institution from a lot of this stuff, is that what tends to happen now, and I've said it before, it's if you can't write a character who can face consequences, then what you get is a character who automatically is just virtuous, automatically is, bestowed this great responsibility that they don't have to atone for, and then you get these really flat stories. So
Exactly. And
yeah.
it's also about and what really becomes of these stories is that it becomes almost selfish tales of blatant narcissism.
Shala, hey shala.
Yeah, because
So
my sociology professor put it this way, another acronym for fear other than false expectations appearing real, and that's for psychology. The other acronym that was taught to me was family, education, authority, and religion. So,
mhm.
to kind of reinforce the point, you take out family and take out religion, what ends up happening is when you start looking for your pillars to, mold your character, you look towards education, which means academe, means school, means all these institutions. And
Mhm.
authority actually means the workplace. So now we're looking at the workplace to go ahead and give us a moral compass, which by legality they can't. So, like I said before in another stream, there's a difference between moral and ethics. And that's where
Mhm.
ethics allows you to blur the line between
Let
what
me
is.
address the chat real quick because
Yeah, go for it.
there's a lot of Vegeta debate going on in the chat, and I have to address this. I'm not saying he's. I know I said he's a terrible father, but I'm only referring to his antics in the beginning of the Cell Saga
Mm-hmm.
and in the middle of the Cell beginning in the middle of Cell Saga. Now he did. Now he did get better over time. I'm not ignoring that.
Hmm.
My main issue is the fact that they're treating him like Batman.
Yeah,
That's he's
he
got
has no.
he's
Oh, he can't even hold a candle to Batman.
well no I'm saying Batman and suddenly we like him now.
If anybody who's more like
And
Batman, it's Piccolo. Piccolo is more like Batman.
I'm just saying like where I'm coming from with that notion, it's like everything he's done, Goku's already done too, but yet somehow that makes Goku a selfish father.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Like Goku like you mentioned, Schooner, Goku sacrificed himself to save Gohan, and by letting Piccolo kill him and Raditz with his special being can. Oh, he's an irresponsible father.
Hmm.
Go Vegeta sacrificed himself as Melissa Harris reference, which it is a good it's a good character moment too. But what I'm saying, he sacrificed himself to stop Boo, which ultimately doesn't work. And suddenly his self sacrifice is a good thing,
Hmm.
but Goku's self sacrifice is selfish.
Exactly.
Okay,
Exactly. Where's the sense in this?
like double standard. Anybody? You can't prop another thing. You can't prop up another character by tearing down another character.
Actually, they
Stop.
can.
Agree.
Get
That's
some help.
basically
Well,
what they're doing.
they do it now. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
It's
doing
In
it
order
all
to-
over
what's
Marvel.
happening now.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's absolutely happening now, and especially if we're talking about Lucasfilm, it's uh,
And the
like
MCU.
like I said before, it's a different style of
To answer your question, Melissa
unfortunately.
Harris, this is between Cell Saga and Boo Saga.
Easiest way,
Time has passed.
easiest way to put it is, okay, so you have
Lost Leia again.
the dilemma of the absent father. That easiest reference I can make is it's the Temptation Papa. Papa was a Rolling Stone. Now, if you're into soul or if you're into Motown, that's a great tune, and that's what it really amounts to. Is you make do with what you have, and that's actually, yeah, and that's actually, I wouldn't call it a value to have, but that is a value that ends up happening if you come from a home that's less than ideal. You find ways to make do with the cards you're dealt with. So cartoons barely touched on that stuff even in the late 80s, but they did somewhat. I mean, cartoons didn't always end on a happy note 30 minutes later.
Well, that's what I liked about the '90s cartoons, especially Batman the Animated Series and even Superman. They were a lot of cartoons were pushing the envelope on what constituted as heavy-hitting stories or violence.
I agree.
Today, I'm going to say it's a lot. It's way more vanilla than it is today.
Oh, absolutely. You couldn't write half this stuff now. A lot of these people wouldn't understand it. And when I say they wouldn't understand it, they wouldn't be able to relate to it. Because what you have now is you have broken individuals that are forming broken or dysfunctional relationships with each other. And they kind of glue themselves together to create an entity, if you will. The only problem with that is
a toxic relationship.
It's a toxic relationship, and those
broken people
who short-lived.
Exactly, two broken people who think that if they can put themselves together and be a whole.
Yeah, and we tend to glamorize that a lot.
That's admirable. Okay, but the problem is that it's as if what Maggie Gyllenhaal said to Batman in Dark Knight, Bruce, don't make me your only hope at a normal life. Okay,
exactly. That was really a good moment, even though I did not like Maggie Gyllenhaal. But we all know why it was a Tom Cruise thing that the wife wasn't in it. But that was a very good moment because that flashpoint moment. Because
it's basically if you hang all of your hope that much of a dependency on an individual, you're going to turn into a two-faced.
Yeah, that or you're going to be disappointed.
Be right back, guys.
No problem. Yeah. But the thing, it's like I think Sound Engraver put it right, is that you need to be stable within yourself before you go into before you get into a relationship with another person. Don't get me wrong.
absolutely. No. You hit it on the point, and so did Sandra Graver. Because and I say this from experience because you do. I mean, when you walk into something, you always have a set of expectations. The biggest issue that you will always have is you need to communicate those up front, and that actually refers to attachment theory. If you want to do more research into that, it just basically means how a person forms an attachment to someone else, and there's different ways that people do that, and it's obviously because the parent-child relationship obviously was different from person to person. So you will have stable people, you will have anxious people, you will have the people that are disassociative, if you will, that tend to not be able to form stable relationships. And then you also have the hot and cold, if you will.
Well, and also George Lucas put it best in this monologue that he gave, and I recommend this monologue to anybody. About the nature of the force that is going out there. You can love, there's a difference between loving somebody and possessing them.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And, for as much as, the fandom and even some of the older Star Wars fans used to knock the prequels, that's one of the few things the prequels actually touched upon a lot, which was the dynamic between Anakin and Obi-Wan and the dynamic between Padme and Anakin. And a very toxic relationship from the very beginning.
Well, it was because of all the secrecy, and I don't deny that Anakin didn't love Padme. He did.
Oh, absolutely, he did. Absolutely.
But their relationship was unconventional at best. And the very fact, even Padme says, we would be living a lie and it would destroy us. Very fact that there's a lot of layers into all of that, which can spread out through a lot of problems. But what it really was a collective, it was a domino effect, okay? The domino,
absolutely.
it was a combination of everything. But it really is not until he has the dream of Padme dying that it stops being about him loving Padme and about possessing her.
Oh, exactly. And the best way I can put that is in terms of relationships within the Star Wars canon. I mean, you had relationships more or less play out that tend to, imitate real life. The relationships that you see now in contemporary television, contemporary film, and contemporary animation are not necessarily 100% accurate. Now, when I say 100% accurate, I mean we tend to venerate more of a broken relationship as opposed to finding your way through, navigating, communicating, finding what it is that you bring to the table and finding what the other person brings. It's kind of like the relationship between Jean Grey and Cyclops. And you had that triangle there with Wolverine for a little bit. And yeah, it kind of played out on the animated, series a little bit. But, kind of to tie in Leia plus size into this, because I know you have them, you have that series. There's only so much you can talk about that to a kid before you get the message of, I don't want you telling my kids stuff. That's my responsibility to tell them. But the thing is now is we're not even...
It doesn't really matter. Disney's doing that anyway.
Yeah, exactly. They've already gone towards that.
Which is why whenever they say that, hey, we're banning this certain movie or don't watch this movie, what's the first thing I do? I go out there and I get it.
Well, yeah, that's because parents as individuals have more or less, given away their authority to the establishment or the institution. That's saying that while my responsibility is making sure that they eat, God knows what they get fed, but to not go too far on a tangent, it's like, okay, I might be raising the kid, but you're literally instilling values in the kid for me because I just don't have time to do it. It's just too much. I can't adult today, if you will.
The problem is that we've gotten stuck on it takes a village to raise a child. And while that is somewhat true, like I said, it all starts at home.
Absolutely. And that's why these heroes resonate with us. And for those who have not been exposed to these heroes, obviously they're going to go ahead and start exploring them. That's why it's good to talk about these franchises and to talk about these characters, and especially bringing up princesses, even though this is technically a male, slanted, stream. We've already talked about females, but the difference here, as it relates to the male characters, Disney princesses tend to have a very different. I mean, I would say we stop at Princess and the Frog. We call that the cutoff point. But
yeah,
these,
you know what? I would actually agree with you right there. The last real wholesome.
Yeah.
Although, you know what though, I am going to say Tangled.
Okay, we can even go as far as Tangled. Granted, Flynn Rider is more of a trickster. He's not the the aspirational male. But as far as Disney princesses go,
exactly.
they have a different relationship with these quote Prince Charmings, and what a Prince Charming is an aspirational hero through the lens of a woman, which is he's altruistic, he values honor, he means what he says what he means, shoots from the hip. I mean, that's all stuff that can apply to Kirk. That's all stuff that can apply to Tron. That's all stuff that can apply to various characters, even Captain America, and some of the other characters you mentioned, even Kermit.
Yeah.
Kermit, does Kermit lie intentionally, or does Kermit sometimes get it wrong and then admit to the fact that he made a mistake? Yeah, so I mean, like I said, it's fantastic that we're having this discussion because this is really good content for people to just kind of deconstruct and really think about.
Well, and that's the problem, is that most of this new, it's all got to be we've been over inundated with subversion or deconstruction. It's not, deconstruction and subversion were never supposed to be a genre. They were supposed to be they're supposed to be the occasional movie that we come in and show. But
or the cautionary tale. Yeah.
The cautionary tale of what
Nobody
happened.
asked for another Spec Ops type game like Last of Us 2.
Exactly.
Nobody should be asking too much for Spec Ops.
Well, it's really interesting how you brought up Last of Us 2, because Last of Us 2 actually had great themes in it, okay? It's about, being able to let go, or the consequences and the toxicity of not being able, to let go, and how revenge ultimately destroys you. Now, those are great themes, but what do the developers do when they get some complaints? They go against those themes. They start, they don't practice what they're preaching. That's where I lost faith in Last of Us 2.
I'm going to jump in here really quick. Neo just put something up real quick. He said, is it possible for a trickster to be an aspirational hero?
Monkey King.
What your question really means is, or rather, the answer to your question is yes, but in a different way, because
Monkey King.
Loki, they do it for their own means. They don't necessarily do it for the betterment of the people around them or the betterment of humankind. If we're talking about Superman, you don't know the trickster's real motivations. He has some motivations. Some of them are more inward and selfish. And sometimes you could even say he's motivated by guilt to do the right thing. So
another, I would also refer to Professor Geek's archetypes of the trickster hero, because the trickster hero at their core is more so the cathartic motivational hero, but kind of like Spider-Man can be considered tricksterish, because what does he do when he's in his Spider-Man form? He makes puns, he makes jokes, but he's always fighting the bad guys. Robin from Young Justice can be considered a trickster, mischievous type hero as well, especially in Young Justice.
Yep.
But at their heart,
even Blue Beetle, although not so much, because his background's a little different. But even Blue Beetle is, in Young Justice, does a few puns here and there.
There's two comments I want to address real quick.
So,
can you hear me, Trooper?
I can hear you, Wolf. I don't know if I can hear you. Mm-hmm.
Trooper, can you hear Wolf 10 Media?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. So I want to address Neil Starr and Melissa Harris real quick. Neil Star says didn't didn't see the movie, but wasn't Frieza also the catalyst for bringing in reboot Brawly into the series? No, that was that was Toriyama bringing in Brawly. Period.
Hmm.
Yes, Frieza. Yes, it did rewrite the whole. Well, the history of the Saiyans was already rewritten, tweaked, not necessarily rewritten, tweaked a bit
Mhm.
when it came down to Super. So you had a retelling of how Planet Vegeta perishing. You had the retelling of how Bardock perishing, and you had a retelling of how Broly came into being. And Melissa Harris brings up Broly should have stayed an evil monster. I argue he's a bear. He's all the better for what they did with him in Super Broly. I actually prefer Super Broly over Classic Broly. As much as I love Classic Broly, Super Broly has lots of potential.
Hmm.
Um, Classic Broly should have been one off. The sequels kind of ruined him a bit. Um, there's a lot of things you can enjoy about Classic Broly, and that there's a reason why he still stays a playable character in the games because he's still memorable. Super Broly, on the other hand, is a bit more relatable because he's um he's the type that's been in an abusive relationship that actually found a new family in a better relationship. You already got, in fact, you actually have a male role model there too with what's that dude name? I just watched the movie last night and somehow I forgot his name. Chilai's partner, the old
I do.
guy.
I do not know.
But yeah, he found family in Chilai and the old guy. Let's just call him the old guy.
Hmm.
So like I said, I like Super. As much as you like classic Brawly Melissa, have at that. I will say that I prefer Super Brawly much
Hmm.
more. And it's not and here's the thing one thing I gotta give Japan again props for. They don't do what we do. They do it better. Well, they do what we do, but they do it better. They taking Brawly from being a psychopathic you know marauder, if you will, and turning him into a sympathetic child in a way, or growing adult, growing young adult, into a sympathetic person like that. That takes balls because they were able. They could have messed this. They could have messed this story up. Let's get let's not get it twisted. They could have messed this story up, and yet somehow in Dragon Ball Super Brawly, they found a way to make it work. And I was all the more happy to see Brawly come back again because Brawly was slept on for years. Remember that, guys. He was slept on for years, and we had replacement characters to fill in the spot, like Caulifla, Kale, and their fusion form. And that's the only time we ever got that reference to Brawly. Now we got him in the series, which sad how we are not going to get Vic Manoia to voice Brawly again. If I will say this, Melissa, if anything, you should be more angry at the fact that Vic Manoia is not going to be able to voice Brawly in the coming
I
episodes
think it's
featuring
pronounced
him.
Vic Munyan.
Thank you, thank you so much, Schooner.
No problem.
But yeah. If anything, if you want to be upset about that, it's be upset at the fact that Vic is not no longer voicing Brawly.
And
That's
under
some
bogus charges, I might add.
Yep, very bogus charges. Uh, Let me speed up these chats real quick so we can get back on track on what we're talking about.
Oh, we're doing good. We're doing good, man.
Yeah, he's not a mass murderer. He's a I wouldn't say he's a mass murderer. Marauder, yes, I will say that he's. I guess you can compare him to being a Hun or a Mongol.
He's a conqueror.
Yeah.
But getting back to what we were originally talking about, Leia plus size, super.
No. Krill's is a flawed He's not. Here's the thing, guys. It's male characters. I did not. I did not say anything about male superheroes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, does it mean that? Well, I don't have any trans.
Why do you think we put up?
characters.
Why do you think in the last stream we put up Emma Frost?
Mm-hmm.
I brought
Or
up
even
Dana Scully. Al brought up Mulder today. I was like, oh, see, same wavelength.
I'm just saying. I did not say you cannot use male villains either. I said male characters.
I know, but it didn't do anything.
I'm not talking about you guys. I'm talking about the people in the chat.
Although I'm thinking of a few Romulans because I love Romulans.
I'm just saying. I meant male characters,
Well,
which
that
means
just opens up the door. That's what.
Well, yeah, not just male characters,
'Cause,
but male characters.
That's a 5-hour
characters.
stream, bro.
because
Not just
Who's-
male
who-
characters,
who's-
but
who's
male
next?
character design.
who's next in this panel?
Oh no, we're still going through Schooner's list. I love it. Like all of the.
I was mentioning we were gonna go through that again when we get to the fun side where he can go nuts.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to stay with the best for last? I mean, I guess.
Yeah.
If I had any other characters out of Marvel, I would have to say Lord of the Rings.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Aragorn.
Tolkien, some of Tolkien's male characters are also some of my favorite designs. Aragorn,
Oh my gosh,
Legolas, and also, the Hobbit trilogy is not a great picture, very disappointed, but I loved Legolas's father, King Thranduil. I love the way he's designed. I have to admit, that's one of my favorite designs of a Tolkien elf. King Thranduil was my standout character.
Yeah, the
That
main
guy was a
failing with the
jackass.
Hobbit films- The main
You know,
failing with the
well-
Hobbit
well-
films is it's 2 books worth of material that they
I'm
stretch.
kidding, Leia. I'm
So-
calling
I
y'all.
was
I agree
going to
with
say
what
in
you're
the
saying.
book, in the books, he was not that antagonistic. The movie, that's one thing
Yeah, I know.
hated about the films.
I
That They
know.
messed him up. But
Well, that's
I
a
know.
movie studio wanting more out of Peter Jackson to make more money. I mean, you figure, okay, so to kind of put a highlight on Leia's point, what other big franchise in a form of a trilogy has been a massive, overwhelming success within the last 5 to 10 years, excluding Marvel, because we're talking trilogies. We're not talking decades upon trilogies upon trilogies upon trilogies of one company. I'm talking about another franchise that's just popped out of nowhere and everyone's like, yes, I want to go see that. You haven't. You really haven't. So, one could argue, oh, okay, well, I'm trying to think of what other trilogies. There really haven't been. I mean, you could talk about maybe DC, but I mean, do we really want to go there? Not really, because DC has been the main example of what not to do at every turn. So with Lord of the Rings, I mean, you figure Lord of the Rings really changed how cinematography was done when we talk about bigatures, when we talk about large sculptures, when we talk about costume and sound design, when we talk about the computer imaging, that even still holds up today. Maybe a scene here and a scene there, but it holds up very well. Like when you talk of Lord of the Rings, yeah, the other franchise I tend to think of is Star Wars, or the other mega franchise, of course, would be Star Trek. But what new franchises have come up? Twilight? I don't think so. I mean, do we really want to watch a bunch of betas running around, popping from teas, looking all shiny? No, of course not.
Harry Potter and the Hunger Games.
Yeah, what, 50 Shades, like Hunger Games? I mean, that's all borderline smut, if you will. So yeah, really hasn't been any transformative type of franchises like that since then, and we're talking 90s. So we're going close to a little over 20 years. So
I was going to say, Tripper, I agree with your point about before your point about
what other
The
character
Hobbit.
you got?
the Hobbit films. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, you
Oh,
can just
okay.
get back.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I was going to just backtrack what you said about the Hobbit movies. And I hope if I'm misquoting you, correct me. But I think one reason for the disappointment was because the spirit of Tolkien wasn't in it. And basically, I felt those films could have been told in 2 movies. I don't think they needed
Yeah,
three movies to
absolutely,
tell the film,
absolutely.
and I don't think they needed that silly love triangle between Legolas and Tariel, which is a character that's not in the book. That was a character that was made up by the studio because they
Yeah,
figured girls would not come to the Hobbit films because it's too many men, which is stupid. I don't know why I don't think that way, but they did. And who woman doesn't like looking at good-looking strong men? But hey, and that just really ruined the film. But I do
but I'll.
agree with you. Go
Uh huh.
ahead.
No, 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 no. Keep going, keep going. That's a good. That's a good train of thought you got.
But I was the only, like I said, the only thing that really came out of it to me, and one reason I really wanted to go is I wanted them to bring to life Legolas's father,
Mhm.
and that was the character I was looking forward to seeing, and I liked who was cast. I think it was Lee Pace was perfectly cast as King Thranduil. That was good casting, and I loved his costumes because that really is
I
what I
still
think
love
of.
him as Roman
Yeah.
from
Yes,
Guardians of the Galaxy.
I do too. I do too. I love him from Ronan Guardians of the Galaxy. He was great in that.
You ever
And
notice, here's something interesting. You ever notice those from Lord of the Rings who played elves ended up playing villains in the Marvel universe? Hugo
I
Weaving
did.
played Red Skull. Kate
Yeah.
Blanchett played Hela,
Hello.
and uh, and Thranduil ended up playing Roman the Conqueror.
With with the exception, yeah, with the exception of Liv Tyler, like
Yeah,
I want to.
she was in the Hulk. She was Betty in the
She was
Hulk.
Yeah,
Betty.
Yeah.
yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, yeah. It's right after Hulk is really when, for me,
I'm
I
still tripping on the
don't
fact
see
that
her. But I will say, Evangeline Lilly never looked as good as she did in The Hobbit, and even since. So that was probably
Hmm.
the best she's looked. Even if you're talking about, I mean, in Lost she looked great, but I mean, most of the time she was covered in soot or dirt or whatever makeup they could put on her to make her look like she was rolling around in the jungle. But
Hmm.
yeah,
what we talking about?
We were
That
talking
Lord of the Rings.
Oh,
and how
another
they
good Lady Valor.
no, I was going to say that I think that's why the Hobbit, the Peter Jackson, Lord of the Rings movies to me are such classics. One, I read all three of those books, so I was really excited to see what he was doing on screen, and I think Peter Jackson went beyond my expectations when I went to see them. But I agree with Troop, the scale and cinematography and the look of that film does still hold up today. I've often told people I enjoy Return of the King much more than I did Endgame. I absolutely
Mm-hmm.
have
Oh,
no problem saying
Yeah,
that. I tell
yeah.
people
No, I agree. I
Return of
agree.
oh, yeah.
Return of the King, which is also
There are
so
two returns that are like fabulous compared to Endgame. It's Return of the King and Return of the Jedi.
Yeah,
I agree. Yes, I agree.
yeah,
so
absolutely.
Absolutely. Hmm.
so
And
we've
Return of the King
exhausted
is
the comments real fast, guys. We've exhausted the comments.
Oh, look at that! Good job.
Yeah, I just scrolled down.
Yeah, I've been hogging most of this. Trooper, who are your favorite hero designs? Or
No, I'm
favorite
good because my
man
list is as
designs?
big as yours. So I mean,
Well, all right. I'm just going to be really fast. I'm just going to read them off, and we don't even need because
A
I'm just
screen
going to
share.
go. Yeah.
yeah.
All right. So we were at the bottom of my aspirational heroes. I had He-Man, Luke Skywalker, and Atticus Finch.
Really, Atticus Finch. I wouldn't
oh,
have even
great
thought.
one.
Yeah. Well, I came close literary, like with Evie
He was
Weir.
my
But
literary one because what I liked about Atticus was that he is. I call him aspirational because he is a man who is responsible. He knows that he has to defend. He knows he's fighting a losing battle, but he goes and
uh-huh.
he does it anyway, and he carries himself with dignity, and he executes his job to the fullest. And he's even able to, what I love about his character is that he talks to his children like they were adults, but he has to talk to the people in the segregated courtroom as if they were children. And
Oh,
he
I
and he's
hadn't even
able,
looked at it that way.
I mean, he's able to prove in open court that the man is innocent. But and sometimes things don't work out the way we want them to, and
Mhm.
it sucks. It's terrible. But what I like about him is that everybody has, both friend and foe alike, just has this. He's got this respect from everybody.
I'm gonna interject real quick. Schooner, who were the other two before Atticus Finch?
Oh, He-Man and Luke
He-Man.
Skywalker. Luke
Yeah.
Skywalker.
Okay, continue.
But I wanted to close with Atticus Finch because he is the incumbent of all these aspirational heroes, but he's a man. He's not. He doesn't have he wasn't given any. What is it? He didn't come from the stars, but he has a dignity of Superman. He
Right.
wasn't given superhuman enhancement of Captain America, but he chooses to face adversity despite overwhelming odds. The Green Ranger, he doesn't go and seek conflict, but when conflict comes his way, he will not back down from it. Have any of you guys ever read the book To Kill a Mockingbird?
I only
And
had
Not
I
yet.
In
only had to do a
school-
quarter of that book. I didn't have to actually do the entire book.
It was
we went-
required.
Only book I read was Island of Blue Dolphins in middle school.
Well, like we moved from that we moved on to Great Expectations, and then that kind of, because we went a little backward. Like To Kill a Mockingbird is a little bit more modern, but
Now it's banned from school.
yeah, exactly. So and that's a problem with a lot of these books. It's like trying to get a hold of it now. You're gonna have to try to find
Right
it.
when I heard that book was banned from school, I went out and I bought it.
Yeah, and see, I didn't. I was like, oh, okay, I'll just pick it up whenever I get my hands on it, and of course I haven't. But like we went to Great Expectations, and then we kind of went more towards Destiny and American romanticism. We started going towards Nathaniel Hawthorne, and
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
But
So-
getting back to what I was saying, there's a sequence in the book where one of the racist, when there's a racist character pushing one of the main Gem, I believe, Atticus Finch comes outside and he stares the man down, and the man backs down. Why? Because Atticus Finch, you don't mess with Atticus Finch. He has he has, much like Angtron and Kermit the Frog, he kind of goes with he understands he understands the big picture, but that doesn't mean he's not going to fight the individual battle. He'll fight individual battle. And much like Captain Kirk, and even Optimus Prime, he handles bad news with dignity, and he doesn't give up. And much like He-Man, Luke Skywalker, and even Goku, he has a disposition about him that I'm having a hard time finding the word. He's a father. That's what he is. He's a father. He's a dad. He's a friend. But he gives the hard advice. He's not afraid to give the hard advice. That's what I was working. That's what I'm trying to work for with Atticus Finch.
Well,
Go
when
ahead,
you
Leia.
said, I just was going to piggyback when you say, see, that's the thing that normies and all these critics of superheroes forget. You have to remember that you have to start with the man. Just like you said about Atticus Finch, it's not superpowers, but it's who he is as a man that makes him who he is. So you could take those qualities that he has, and you can put those qualities into a character and turn them into a hero. And the last thing you need is the special powers that they have. But you always have to start with the man first. And when you have characters like Superman or Bruce Wayne or even Steve Rogers. You have to start with the man themselves. I've always said people, yes, Steve has the serum in him, but that heart of his has been with him since birth. That big heart that he has, that courage that he has, even when he's this little skinny little thing thinking he can beat up a whole guy, he still carries it with him. So you always have to start with, I think it's who they are as people that really pulls us to them. And that's really what makes the hero, I think. The abilities are cool, but that's almost secondary to who they are as human beings. And I also want to say to Wolf that I'm glad we did male characters. We had this discussion about men because men are on the attack these days by cancel culture, male toxicity or patriarchy or whatever, toxic male, whatever. Nobody's perfect, male or female. So it's good that
Mm-hmm.
we were sit here to talk about these male characters and what makes them who they are. Scooney said Atticus Finch is a father. We're not having a lot of father figures these days. It's terrible. They are attacking the fatherly figure and making the qualities that make men who they are and make men beautiful. They're trying to tear these qualities down, which is
which has led
wicked.
to, I guess you could say, I can't believe I'm actually going to reference this, MGTOW or MGTOW, whatever, men going their own way. They're basically
Right.
staying away from the dating sessions, or they're not even going out. They're more retreating and becoming introverts.
Yeah, no, you make very good points. Absolutely. Like I said, this stream has been very fantastic in terms of like what we're touching on. That's why I've been a little bit quiet, because I really like where it's going. I mean, I would just be injecting more characters and derailing us from where we're going with this stuff, because I think it's very imperative, especially if, you know, when we put this stuff up on YouTube or, you know, outlets like Odyssey and stuff like that, to have it as a reference that, yeah, like once you start taking out certain elements out of writing, what ends up happening is you do end up getting holes, and you have to try to fill them with whatever narrative you can come up with. And that's why you have these broken narratives, you have these broken characters. You also have plot holes because you don't know how to resolve them, because you don't know how to get into the mind of the character, and or you yourself do not have the, and I hate to sound like a toxic dude, but that's what I am. But you don't have the experience nor the knowledge to cut the Gordian knot. So
No, I agree with you. I'm a female, and I agree with you 100%.
I'm just responding to Neo right here. We're talking about American romanticism also.
Or lack thereof of the American romanticism.
Well, see, it's a very weird subject, because when we get to, like, the Americas didn't have a time, you didn't have like a Renaissance time. You know, Professor Geek actually did this stream, and it wasn't necessarily geared towards male characters, but predominantly what you see in some of the older writings, of course, are from male authors. But what you did see was man versus nature, you know, man taming the wild frontier. So when you write a patriotic character, you have to already have a sense of that. I mean, you have to at least read some of this stuff to get a grasp, or look at some of the paintings where we weren't venerating the church, we were venerating the wildness of it all, you know, being in unconquered country, you know, where you could, you know, go out there and strike your fortune, whatever that may be, you know. And then of course you started having pre-industrialization, then we get to industrialization. But, you know, prior to that, like I was telling Neo, some of the best of three is Hawthorne, you know, John Milton. All that stuff is American romanticism. As dry and plain as it sounds, it really is. Because is it man versus nature, or is it man, you know, versus God? Again,
even Washington Irving.
Yes, absolutely. And see, you know, if you're not exposed to that, writing modern characters is even tougher, because if you don't have a literary springboard to access, then you have a lot of this stuff. Then you just, okay, well, she's a super powerful witch because she has superpowers. Okay, well, you know, how is it that Wanda can do all these things? Okay, well, because she can. And of course, there's that point where, oh, she takes the whole town hostage. No, she doesn't. You're completely missing the literary point. This was done out of sheer anguish. That whole hex was built out of anguish. Of course, they're going to feel anguish. She just lost everything. She has nothing. She is a soul that's tattered, that's putting herself back together unconsciously. It's
and
not.
At the same time, you have to do what, much like the problem we have during the Wolfman stream that I was listening to last week.
Yeah.
That they were so consumed with checking all of these little boxes and getting all these little hints of things that came before, the narrative got lost. I mean,
yes, thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying that.
WandaVision was so had a great idea, but they had to do all these check boxes that the theme got lost, and the theme was about grief and coping. Basically coping with grief in it should have been about the stages of grief. That's what that series should have been. The stages of grief.
Exactly. And what we didn't see is we didn't see any other characters. Mind you, yes, I got it's supposed to be a 2-character series, but even within that, make the characters meaningful. And that's something that was touched on in the stream, especially, Wolf touched upon that. Every character was not misused. And with something like WandaVision, you had a surplus. And I get they were supposed to be echoes of, putting together a reality that's not really real, but it's starting to take shape. But even in that, I mean, if we're going with Bewitched or if we're going with the Brady Bunch, okay, where is Endora? Where is Alice? Why are we getting a Karen instead of an Alice? Even Alice had her moments when she had to raise these unruly kids, which they weren't unruly, they were kids.
Mm-hmm. But getting back to the more normal quote unquote heroes design.
Yeah, go ahead.
I know. I got to finish this up because unfortunately I got to duck out soon.
Okay.
Right.
I wanted to. These are more. I call them. They're not so much aspirational heroes, but I call them unlikely heroes. Heroes that didn't really. I don't picture myself a hero, but when the problem comes about, they decide to be the best that they can be.
Right.
So, for example, Rango. I love his design in Rango.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah.
I hadn't even thought of Rango.
If you got, if anybody wants to check out that movie, hasn't checked out that movie yet, check it out. It's good.
For those who are dying to know, it's a Johnny Depp chameleon movie.
Mm-hmm. By the same guy who directed the first 3 Pirates of the Caribbean movies.
Oh, wow. Didn't know that.
Gore Verbinski. Great movie. I love it. The next one on the list is Robert Neville, the Will Smith version from I Am Legend. I loved his getup, his design. It was really cool. It's basically that post-apocalyptic look, which I like. I also liked Eddie Valiant from Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Fun one, yeah. That's a good one.
And Eddie Valiant is living proof of if you want to give a character an irredeemable flaw and still make him a hero, that's it right there. Eddie Valiant.
Yes.
Well, it says in his name.
Yeah.
Valiant.
Exactly. Let's see. After that is actually Sebastian and Atreyu from The Neverending Story.
Oh my gosh, you're going
far
that's
back.
A classic. We're talking 80s. You know what? And I hadn't even thought of Atreyu at all.
Well, Atreyu is the aspirational hero, but what I love about Sebastian is that he's the unlikely hero because in that story, Sebastian is what he doesn't realize is he is the hero.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, Moonchild.
Oh, it was beautiful.
That's what he says. For those who,
yes.
For those who ever wonder what Bastion said towards the end of Neverending Story to give the childlike empress a name, it's Moonchild.
Mm-hmm. But that's also what I also love about the Neverending Story. What is the nothing? That is supposed to be what happens when adults let their children. What happens when adults let their imagination die? That's what it's supposed to be embodying. Is what happens when you let your imagination die.
I always took that from that film. I always said there was a reason why I loved it.
Nice.
And I think that was what I got from it too. And that's very true. I see it today in some aspects of it when the adults let go of their dreams, or we feel because we're dumb adults have to leave the dreams behind. Or you're adult now, leave all this garbage around, and
So
what
what is
happens
the
to it?
emptiness
Hmm. It's like
in
an
the
emptiness.
second one?
Well, that's
No,
but,
no,
but
no,
that
no. We had the nothing in the first one, then we had the
Mhm.
emptiness in the second one. So what
oh,
is
I
the
don't count the sequels.
Oh, guys. Oh,
I do
by
not
the
count.
way,
Neither.
did you know that the later part of Neverending Story got dark?
Oh yeah, it did. Mm-hmm.
Yes. It did. It did.
Why
Read the
did we
Yeah.
book.
get that? I'm like, why didn't we not get that as a sequel?
I
I mean,
don't know.
we did get the quote unquote epic fight between Bastion and Trail in the
Well,
second movie, but it was not, it was not put to film accurately like the book was.
well, you got to remember, like, the connotation on these movie ratings has like changed. Also, I mean, these movies are basically growing. They were growing. They were growing with their audience. They really were. I mean, if you were watching it as a kid or as a young adult, I mean, you were growing with these films. We don't do that anymore. You can't progressively get dark because we have to coddle people now, because dark
Mhm.
stories tend to bring about bad memories, and if it brings bad memories, that's a mean tweet. So yeah, yeah, and that's what it really comes down to if I boil it down to less than 5 minutes.
I mean, yeah, and sorry, I'm getting back to my list here. Another character design I really love is Eli from the Book of Eli.
Mm.
I love that movie, and of course the next one on the list is Mad Max because he has to be on
Oh
there.
yeah.
But another one is Taihi and Matashichi from, and I butchered those names, so I apologize, from the film Hidden Fortress.
Oh, I
Okay, I
need to
didn't
check
watch
that
that.
out.
A lot of
And
people
Seven
don't.
Samurai.
They basically, it was directed by Akira Kurosawa. A lot of people call Star Wars a blatant ripoff of it, but George Lucas paid homage to it in Star Wars: A New Hope. Right when he says to Lord Vader, he says, "Don't try to frighten us with your sorcerer's ways, Lord Vader. Your sad devotion to that ancient religion hasn't conjured up the stolen Death Star plans or finding the rebels' hidden fort," and then he just cuts him off with the Force joke. That was George Lucas's little homage to Akira Kurosawa.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
Enough of this. Vader, release him. But yeah, that's my list of the unlikely heroes. But what I liked about each of these characters was that none of them had really set out to be these magnificent characters. They kind of just had it thrust upon them, and they decided to be the best that they could be, despite to walk away, and nobody would have thought any less or higher of them.
Well,
Very good.
I guess we can move to the next person. Trooper.
Yeah. Well, I
You
mean,
got any?
it depends on where you want to go. I have a whole bunch of characters. It just depends how deep you want to go down the rabbit hole with me. I mean, I made a list of characters too, so that I would actually have something to reference.
I'll jump in a bit because mine's is
Yeah.
kind of short. So
Yeah.
I'll go with that, and I know you love to talk, so I'll let you go after I'm done.
No.
You have a lot to say, so I want you to get a chance to rest your voice a bit.
Oh goodness.
Does everybody else agree?
You know what I say? He does have a lot to say, but what he has to say is very interesting.
Yeah. He might as well be a professor.
In another parallel universe.
Right.
I would say, sadly, not now. Like, for any of you guys that are still in college right now, just do what you got to do, dip out. And if you do literary art, which literally means the art of actually writing a novel, then I would say keep your head down. cross your T's, dot your I's, and then once you actually get your professorship, then you can, unleash the can of whoop ass on the world. But not until then. So.
And on that note, unfortunately, guys, I have to depart, but I will catch this in the backwatch.
Of course.
All right, man. It was awesome. It's always great to hang out with you. So, loved it. Loved it. Every bit of it.
Very cool.
Also, plus size.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I would love to hear more of Trooper and Wolf, but I'll have to catch you on the back watch because I must unfortunately have to bow out too. So I'll have to catch you back, and then I'll leave a message on MeWe or something when I hear back what you do, because I know that's going to be exciting. So don't you two stay up. Don't you two stay up too late.
Exactly.
Don't you two stay up too late now.
Nah.
I think you're going to have a long conversation.
This Thursday, for those who are leaving and for those who are about to dip out, also in the comments, this Thursday, I'm going to repeat this later on when we get to the closing end too on the stream, but this Thursday, the topic will be, is it representation or or identity validation? So if you guys want to join me on that Thursday, shoot me a message.
Oh, okay, yeah. We can talk about that in the group.
It's basically just covering what is representation in the media and what is identity validation.
Yeah.
That's a good one. I definitely
will want
to be there for that one. Definitely, I think we're going to have a good little conflab for that.
Yeah,
I think everybody's
I think that's going to be a very
I think everybody's been expecting that one too, because I've been bringing it up for some time now. But if you guys gotta go, take good care. I don't want to keep you guys here. Definitely.
Take care.
All right,
See
you, Leia. See you.
All right. Good night, fellas. Take it easy. Thank you. Good night to everybody else in the chat.
All right, catch you on the rewatch.
I'm gonna close myself out, coming at you guys live from a secret government underground facility, deep underground, but has excellent Wi-Fi. This is Schooner Tuna signing off. Bloop, 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 bloop.
Bloop, bloop, bloop.
That was actually pretty good. That was good.
The streaming ain't over yet, though.
I know. But you know what? I'm honestly very pleased with all the characters that came off of Skinner's list.
Oh yeah, me too.
There were a lot of, now that we're doing, post game here with that list, like there were a lot of characters on there that I wouldn't have thought about right off the bat. Like I could tell you, blah, 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 Conan and all that, because like Kermit was something I wouldn't have thought of. Like, we're jumping off the pages of a comic book and we're talking about Jim Henson and we're talking about puppetry.
Yeah.
That evolving into Sesame Street and all that stuff.
One could say that Kermit and meme Muppets like him can be propped up as good role models for children. That's basically what the whole point of the Muppets were back in the days, especially when it comes to Fraggle Rock and Sesame Street, for that matter. That was just basically just giving kids solid entertainment for them to really.
Yeah. And the best part about that stuff, if you think about it, if we go back to some of the cartoons like we grew up with, like even Ninja Turtles always had like a good message at the end of the cartoon. You know what I mean? It's like, and now we just kind of, well, I don't think Mati was
debatable.
Yeah, his superpower, heart, really? Like, you're going to kill them with compassion? That hasn't worked in 2021. We've showed them compassion.
Dude.
And what they're doing.
You really look deep into it. You're really looking deep into Mati's power. He's actually the greatest psychic on the planet.
Oh Lord!
I'm
saying, be a little Hispanic boy from Peru,
I'm saying, like, if you look at it from
a different
perspective.
Make sure you remember to recite.
Say again.
Make sure you remember to recite. Like, I
Yeah,
I taught
yeah.
on syndication.
He's actually the strongest member of that group.
Yeah, and what's really funny, for as much fun and for as much as I poke at Mati, I mean, technically, yeah, I mean, you always have like a leader in the team, but you always have someone who's the glue, basically. Doesn't always have to be
Hmm.
a character. Like Mati's the glue.
I
So
think my favorite episode was the fact that he had trouble being short and he's not able to do anything because of his short stature, but like he still was able to accomplish things that the other Planeteers couldn't. And obviously, it was that moment of him solving the issue because of the fact that he happened to be
mhm.
short,
Yeah, and
which is which one could say is a cheesy episode, but it really hits the home hits right at home really well to show that kids can accomplish anything no matter their size, their stature, whatever. Period.
well, yeah,
Oh,
I
sorry.
mean,
Go ahead.
well, I mean, it goes along with the vein of you know, really instilling values in elementary school kids that they can take with them throughout life. And that's why you see like a lot of these fandoms regardless of franchise. And I know we tend to run Star Wars and Star Trek into the ground. All right, Sam, good night. um but we tend to run these franchises into the ground. But I think what it is you know whether through intentional or unintentional, a lot of these writers got a lot of it right. you know
Mm-hmm.
there's a few inconsistencies here and there if we're talking about, I'm talking pre-Disney, pre, like, I would say I would cut it off maybe at, gosh, if we were even talking about Marvel, I think I would have to cut it off early, because Civil War actually was what 2015.
Yeah.
No, 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 no. Uh, Winter Soldier 2014. Even Civil War was still pretty good. Um, Really, the only like blip we start to see, and it gets slightly cringy, is like maybe some Spider-Man, but that's what Sony, and then you got a lot of it in Captain Whammon. But prior to that, if we're talking like about 90s cartoons, 90s films, heck, even if we're talking about Mortal Kombat, like we talked, in our first stream, really, like, we talked about, and I know I brought it up, that Trinity,
Yeah.
Johnny Cage, Sonya Blade, and Liu Kang. It's like the
Are you
form.
still looking forward to the new movie?
No, not really. And I'll tell you why. Because if they have to literally, oh well, we're gonna make more. The more I hear that kind of stuff, oh well, there's so much Johnny Cage. So you mean to tell me that the character is such a force of nature by himself that he's going to outshine everyone else in that movie? Then that tells me you don't have a very good movie. You have a whole bunch of action set pieces. And
Yep.
the original Mortal Kombat film, for as corny as it was, did have a story to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think,
Even Street Fighter.
yeah, and I think we tend to forget because we're so oversensitized to this stuff. Because I mean, when you expose yourself to pop culture, you want to consume it as quickly as you get it. That's why when Elon sees people, he doesn't see people; he sees computers, because we're vastly always consuming like information to
Yeah.
to the extent that we recite the stuff off the top of our head. So I mean, that's why I really wanted to hear his list, because every time I've had interaction with Schooner, like, he's always brought up stuff that's very curious to me, because that's never where I would have gone. I think you and I tend to be a little bit more aligned on what we like, except for maybe like the anime stuff. But the reason I didn't anime stuff is because I didn't get it. Like,
Yeah.
I'm like, it's Japanese, I don't get it. So, but
There's nothing wrong with that.
yeah, I mean, the stuff I was exposed to was,
That's a different culture that you have to take time. That's going to take time for you to really understand. That's the
oh
culture
yeah,
clash right there.
like my brother
And
brought that
nobody's
up.
forcing you to do it either. Nobody's
Yeah,
forcing you to speed along with it. You
yeah,
go
like
at your own pace.
yeah, like my brother has all of Berserk. My brother has all of Ronin Warriors.
Lucky.
Like, well, it took him a while to actually put together Ronin Warriors, but he was able to
Still
find
lucky.
someone was. I want to say dumb enough, but I would say if someone was probably in a very hard place and they had all of Berserk, like on eBay, he just snatched it up. I mean, he got the whole series without having to literally look for particular DVDs. He got it all in one fell swoop. That's how I saw it.
Nice.
But
You lucky bastard. Excuse me. Before we continue and get close to wrapping this up, let me go over my male characters real quick.
Okay, cool. And I got my list. I mean, we don't have to sit there and analyze them all, but
You know what? You know what we can
at
do?
least the chat can kind of like get an idea of what we're into, so they kind of get
Yeah.
a better idea of what our personalities are like.
I think we can do a. We can also do a part two
Part
of
two.
these. Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
Might as well.
whatever, man. Whatever.
Might as well.
Yeah.
So there's two of them from Gargoyles, Disney's Gargoyles.
Yeah.
I think you know who I'm talking about. There's
Well-
David Xanatos and Goliath.
Yeah, you know what? Gargoyles got a lot of flack for being what it was, but it wasn't a bad cartoon. It's like best way I would describe it is you're taking a piece of art that somehow has some form of occult connotation you don't like, and
Mhm.
injecting yourself into it without really looking at what it really is.
Yep.
And that's what it suffered from. Just like violence is going to ruin our kids. I'm like, no, you're going to ruin your kids. I mean, let's be real. Like
Mhm.
you've already, you bequeathed your children to the state, and hence why we have what we have. So
I chose David Xanatos. Number one, he's voiced by number one Riker. But two, he's always coming out on top in his own way. He's like the Lex Luthor to Goliath's Superman. The only difference is that if Lex Luthor had to go against Xanatos, Lex Luthor will lose because Xanatos is a practical man.
yeah,
And he's not out to be malicious towards the Gargoyles per se. He's more of a guy who likes to challenge.
Mhm.
He's a guy who likes industry. He also likes he's also seems to be the guy that likes good business, even if it is dark dealing. He knows how to play the game too. That's one thing I love about Xanatos. He plays the game really well.
Mhm.
But, and there's a but. One thing I really liked most about Xanatos is his change towards near the end of the series itself, and of course, we all see how his character was now in the sequel series, the Goliath Chronicles. But most people don't really claim that series that much because, yeah, there's a lot of problem with Goliath Chronicles. A lot of problems. I still love it for what it is. It's got some good stories.
Yeah.
But yikes, the production value was a bit a doozy to look at. Anyways, no matter what about Xanatos and whatever beef he has with Goliath, he still has respect for the gargoyle that Goliath is. And that respect is broadened even more when Goliath and his crew came in to help Xanatos out in protecting his son from a greater threat that's even greater than him, Oberon.
Yeah, because you know what, you got to see the altruistic side of the character.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it's the thing, being a kid and watching, gargoyles, we tend to kind of like gloss over the symbolism. It's like, gargoyles were on cathedrals for a reason, and they were, of course, to ward off
evil spirits or evil
evil intruders. And you look at a gargoyle, and it looks it looks menacing, but I mean that was the whole point. I think
Mm-hmm.
is that you have to get past your preconceived notion of a person to be able to see them for who they are, and gargoyles did that. So
Goliath is one I like because he's a leader, but
yeah,
there's more.
I think we all like
Um,
leaders. Yeah,
yeah, well, we gravitate towards leadership because we like direction in our life. We
yeah,
like people to show us direction, not really give us direction, show us.
yeah.
Because those that give us is that I tend to get wary of those who wants to give us directions.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. I mean, we tend to look at leaders, but from personal experience, like leaders can be some of the more insecure people too,
Yeah,
because the conundrum they have is, leading a group, and or whether it be, whether it be a study group, whether it be, work, whether it be, in life or family. It's like the decisions that you make have weight to them, and that weight has consequences. But that's why we gravitate to leaders, because
hmm
we see the good in, in leadership, and we tend to dismiss the burden that comes with it.
um, going back to Goliath
Okay.
real quick.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I'm trying to get my thoughts. 'Cause I'm getting tired. That's why I'm about to wrap it up pretty soon.
Hey, I got lucky.
I don't know why. I don't know why, but I'm getting sleepy. I've been,
Uh,
I've been like this since Schooner and Leia were having the conversation. I was like, oh my goodness, I'm getting sleepy. I don't know
well, you know
why.
what it was. You know what it
Maybe
was.
because my body's getting.
No, honestly,
Go ahead.
it was because it was such an organic conversation that, I mean, it didn't really need a lot of moderation at all.
We just got. Yeah,
So,
yeah. That's true.
yeah.
But let me go ahead and continue with Goliath. Um, I like the. First and foremost, I like the intimidation factor he gives off. But then there's that subversion between him and the princess where
Mhm.
he first walks in, where he opens his wings up and she bucks at the presence of him,
Yeah.
but then he folds him in such a way to simulate that he bows to her to show that he swears fealty, like a knight
Right, right.
in a way. It gives that knighthood ish feel to Goliath, which was an interesting detail about him in the back in the days where Castle Riven was in Scotland.
Yeah.
There's also a moment where Goliath can be flawed,
Yeah.
very very flawed. Like he's not above getting revenge until he see when he tries to get revenge and how much in vain it was until he gets that saving throw at a chance to really redeem himself in that moment in the eyes of the princess, because he was all about revenge, right?
Mhm.
And he says, "I've been denied everything, even my revenge." But then he quiets down the moment the princess shows herself to be alive,
Mhm.
and shows that he did not fail at his mission, which is to save the princess. But at the same time, his revenge is his revenge has been misplaced with heroism. He was there
Right.
for heroism. Um, but he also saw the flip side of the coin,
Uh,
which what the Magus did to his to what was left of his clan, which is the Magus casts the spell of Forever Stone upon his clan,
okay.
and he saw that revenge is a two-sided coin, where he wanted revenge on the Hakon who slaughtered his clanmen his clan gargoyles
Right.
while they slept, and also find out that the captain of the guard also betrayed them.
Mhm.
The Megas thought that by the gargoyles attacking the Vikings, they have now doomed the princess to death, and the only thing he saw was the princess running, and you see the Hakon and the captain going after her, and with Goliath in tow. So he assumed that the princess died. So he got revenge on the clan, and that's where Goliath learns that lesson. And he was ready to throttle the Magus for doing what he did too.
Okay.
You know,
Yeah.
demanding him to release a spell on the on his fellow gargoyles, and he says,
Uh-huh.
"I can't." The page that the Hakon ripped and burned, yeah, the page that Hakon ripped out is burned. It's missing, so he doesn't know. Not only he doesn't have the counter spell
Don't do it.
to
Yeah.
remove the spell.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only way to undo it is for the castle to raise up to the sky, to the heavens, basically above the sky.
Uh-huh.
Which we lead back into Xanatos, who makes an interesting endeavor to bring that castle up to the sky to really test out the legend out of curiosity, no less.
Mhm.
The man spared no expense to build a large tower in the middle of not in the middle of New York, somewhere in New York, to reach the sky like that.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's what was intriguing about those two dynamics. Well, like, and then it's going back to Goliath and Xanatos, their dynamics.
Mhm.
They're men of interesting culture. One is learning culture, another one's learning another culture, but at the same time trying to exploit it at one point. Then he took to it like a challenge to test his strengths, his wisdom, and his tenacity. Xanatos, I'm talking about. What I mean by tenacity is the fact that he's willing to get his hands dirty,
Right.
if not being able to make sure anybody who do get their hands dirty around him doesn't trace back to him. So even though the good guys know it's Xanatos that's done it, he has a scapegoat.
Well, that's almost like a trickster
Like
hero, because usually, like, a trickster hero
Yep.
is the one character who is willing to get their hands dirty.
Yep. Oh, Neil Starr says, "I remember that line. What a tragic line." Yeah. No, I'll do you one better, Neil Starr. My angel of the night. Ah! That's when That's where you originally thought Demona had perished when the Vikings killed the clan in their sleep. Are you still there, Trooper?
Yeah, I'm scared.
Okay, just making sure. Just making sure.
You're on a roll, so.
Yeah. Like there was like I said, there was a moment where he thought Demona had passed away, but of course we all know that she was not on the castle when it happened. In fact, if I recall correctly, she was about to go back, but the sun had already came up, just like how Goliath and Hudson were just trying to get back to the castle when they were pulled away through a distraction.
Right.
Now, another thing I liked about Goliath is the fact that he connects with the human world through Elisa and the books that he reads in the clock tower.
Okay.
But the thing is that he acclimates to society by seeing it through Elisa's eyes. Now mind you, his clan acclimates to modern day society so fast, way more so than he does, because he's a bit of an old fashioned gargoyle. He's almost like the eldest dad in their group that's still trying to I don't know, work Facebook or something, or work Instagram or something like that.
Would
you know,
that would be
whereas
almost
all
like a Captain America type character, right? Where it's,
yeah,
where you have the one.
they basically all are. The only difference is that the youngins are very acclimated to new technology. Like I think it was Lexington that tried to operate a motorcycle, and he ends up crashing it. But he tried though, and like
Uh-huh.
Brooklyn was the one that actually learned how to drive a motorcycle proper, I think. And of course we all know that Broadway understands movies a lot better. I mean Hudson is like the first encounter of TV, and
Mhm.
he and Bronx instantly just run away immediately the moment they see heavy metal on the screen. But swinging it back to Goliath,
Mhm.
that's one thing I liked about it, especially his relationship between him and Elisa, bordering
Mhm.
on interspecies romance of all things. But they didn't get that far. You could say they were really good friends in the same vein as Nick Wilde and Judy Hopps from Zootopia. I think that's where they got that from. Their relationship like that.
There
I tend to
been
look at connections to old Disney projects that kind of seep in
yeah, well,
sometimes.
you tend to have like uh, star-crossed lovers is the best way I equate it to. I mean, in the literal
Yeah,
sense, but I mean, you have those, as far back as like Lady and the Tramp, like if we're talking about Disney animation, and then you kind of have something like that with it being, Fox and the Hound, where it's not star-crossed, but it's like friends from opposite sides of the tracks, if you
even
will.
though the book is different than the movie.
Right, right, right. Because for Disney, it has to end happily ever after. Even though I would
You can
prefer that,
thank Cardinal West about that.
yeah, I would prefer that they would go in a direction where it's like, look, not every story is going to have a happy ending, but the ending itself is the reward. So,
Yep. And see you later, Neil Star. But thank you for the final comment. She is best girl,
yeah.
even when she's a gargoyle.
Mm.
Oh boy, when she turned to gargoyle, oh goodness, that's a whole different Wolfie there. Wolfie wish that she stayed a gargoyle.
Well, okay. So if gargoyles don't fall into furrydom, what do they fall into? Wouldn't that be like kin?
Mythology.
Okay. I was going to say like myth kin or other kin or some other type of
Yeah,
kin.
I think I did mention gargoyles not being part of the furry community
Yeah.
because I said like anything that's mythology or at least built around mythology is not furry. Not even not even where furries can furries can try to claim werewolves, but they're not furry. They're mythology.
Oh,
If it
goodness.
came before the furry movement, it's not furry. It's embraced by the furry community.
Oh, goodness.
Just for clarification for those who catch this at the backwatch, gargoyles is not furry. It's embraced by the furry community. It's under mythology,
Right.
Christian mythology at that.
Well, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Last time I checked.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, except for talking architecture. I don't remember them having their own particular type knits, unless we go as far back and start talking about maybe golems.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, that's where you can kind of see it bifurcate into gargoyles.
Now, I talked about Goliath and I talked about Xantos. Now, let me add in Guts from
Yeah,
Berserk.
yeah, yeah, from Berserk.
So I talked about Cat. I talked a little bit. I talked moderately about Casca last Tuesday.
Yeah, you did.
So I might do the same thing with Guts. So far of what I read in Berserk, I love Guts.
Okay.
Love him to death. Mostly because he, like just what I said about Casca, that adversity. In the case of Guts, though, he's a man that survives, or at least he's a struggler, as the Skull Knight calls him. another character that you probably don't know. I don't know if you ever got into Berserk, or how, if you did, how far did you get in
I
Berserk?
I watched the whole thing and the ending made no sense to me, and I was like, okay, I something
So
else. So
you watched the '94 version or the?
I think it's the '94 version because at one point don't they end up in some form of like demon zone and they're all
Yeah,
like, yeah,
and nothing else happens other than it shows Guts walking away with the fabled the famous Dragon Slayer sword.
yeah, and I guess that's like the beginning of the episode or something weird like that. Like I don't
It's yeah.
series or something like
The
that.
first episode is kind of like a Mia's Res type deal.
Mm-hmm.
Only difference is that in this case, when Gus departs, that's where the main story begins.
Mm-hmm.
But the anime itself ends. Now, mind you, had the anime could have continued that story, we could have
Mm-hmm.
gotten into things like the Conviction arc and the Falcon of the Millennium arc and the Fantasia arc that I'm getting very close to getting there as we speak.
Yeah.
I like Sam Proctor's comment here. He says, "As a wolf, you probably do love guts. They're probably delicious. Yum yum."
Yeah, that's a furry thing. I can't relate, Sam. Like I don't know
but
what type of guts he's into. So
but yeah, just to clarify, when
yeah.
Guts walks away in that final shot, that's him walking into the Conviction arc.
Oh, okay,
Supposedly,
okay,
that's where.
okay.
Well, at least that's where he goes into the Black Swordsman arc in the beginning of the story.
Mm-hmm.
To the moment when you finally clear Golden Age, because majority of that anime that you watched
Mm-hmm.
is the Golden Age arc where he's with Griffith, he's with Casca, Pippin,
Yeah, yeah,
Rickard, Corcus, all of them, right?
yeah.
Judo. That's basically Golden Age all the way. But once you clear Golden Age, because Golden Age is just to tell you what these persons were like before you get back right into the story proper, which is all the way to the convention and all the way to where we are now, Fantasia.
Mm-hmm.
So we got that. But yeah, the moment he leaves, I think that's where he spoke again. Had that version of the anime continued, I think we would have gotten Conviction arc, or at least gotten up to it
All right.
somewhere. But
Okay.
now what I'm trying to do is explain what really happened when they got there and all the bad things that happened. So a new player jumps in to save both Guts and Casca in that moment. Do you mind me spoiling?
No, no, good, good.
Yeah, so they're saved by this mysterious being called the Skull Knight, or at least he's a being clad in armor that resembles a skeleton, and he rides on a horse.
Okay.
So another thing that they didn't do in this version of the anime, they never set up Skull Knight, because when you get to that part where him and Casca have their love scene,
Mm-hmm.
he is visited by the Skull Knight in that same forest that they sleep in.
Okay.
And that's where Skull Knight's supposed to make his appearance, but long story short, the Skull Knight goes there to where the eclipse is, which is what we call the eclipse.
Okay.
And he's the one that goes in and saves both Casca and Guts. And Guts recovers in 3 days. Like his wounds and everything were treated by what's her name? By Rickard
Okay.
and oh, what's her name? Oh, what's her name? They say her name a lot. I should know. I should know her name. I think it's either
What?
Helena or it's a
I'm
simple girl name.
sure
It's
it'll.
a
I'm sure
it's a
it'll.
simple, cute, and girl name, and she's
Okay.
adorable too. But whatever. Um, she treats Guts and Casca's wounds. Casca recovers way faster than Guts. She was already awake, I guess, 2 days afterwards,
Mm-hmm.
or a day ago, I guess. I'm assuming, but Guts on the other hand, he recovers in 3 days. So he at that point you are seeing how he loses his left hand, he loses his right eye. Um, Casca got the worst though, sadly.
Oh, okay.
Um, she basically got her brains raped out, for lack of better terms.
Oh wow.
So she's reduced to the her mind's been reduced to that of a child. Basically, she can barely form speech. She can walk, she can move, but she barely can function by herself. Like
Okay.
people have to basically it's basically like feeding a fully grown adult, but that has the mind of a baby. So she can only grunt, she can scream, she can all do that stuff, but you have to feed her and you have to bathe her. That's how badly she got screwed up.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And pretty much she's pretty much an escort mission for the majority of the story, but fast forwarding to the story, she gets her mind back. Problem is, Guts can't touch her. If he tries to, she'll regress back to the childlike state. And I'm fat. I'm trying to get there as fast as I can so I can get to that moment where Casca gets her mind back. But the problem is,
Hmm.
Guts can't touch her.
Okay.
Otherwise, her mind will again regress
Regret.
back to you know. Of course, Guts is also the type of character you want to be like, because Guts actually it pushes people to keep pushing further despite the disparity in life.
Hmm.
Kind of like achieve your goals no matter what. Now, grant the means that you have to get there should not be reflected thanks to Guts, because Guts is far from being a hero. He's slowly becoming that though.
Hmm.
He's slowly becoming to be a hero because he has a new band with him, a traveling band that they go and solve problems and stuff like that. But he's far from a hero. Like the things that he do as a mercenary back when he was a mercenary are very frowned upon. His fighting style can be frowned upon by any noble or any honorable swordsman. Now he does have his own set. It, mm, he has his own code of ethics and some
Okay.
sense of honor. He has the honor of the battlefield, which the mercenaries fight on, and you can almost tell that he also is above killing children at best, because there are a moment where you've seen the episode where he kills Adonis,
I want to say
the
yes.
the nobleman's son, the no- the king's brother's son.
I want to say yes, but like with like the storyline all the way up to like the very end episode, like
Right.
you would think it has like one constant narrative, but what I noticed
Yeah.
in anime, it's not like that. It's there's like side adventures that kind of lead them to. It's not like go from point A to point B, and then
Yeah.
we solve the episode in 45 minutes. It's there's like it's like side areas and it's like side missions and stuff like that, and
Hmm.
it all builds up towards the end, but
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
gets lost in the dialogue.
Yeah. But I think you do remember. I'm probably giving you too much credit. I'm probably giving you too much credit. So there's an episode where he accidentally kills a child. I mean, he hasn't. His intentions are pretty much clear because he knows that the person that's going to barge in on him after he murders the king's brother
Mhm.
per orders of Griffith, of course, because the king's brother tries to assassinate Griffith with a poison arrow.
Mhm.
So that's basically payback in a way. Unfortunately, the son of the nobleman who had him who had Griffith assassinated, ends up basically getting the crossfire. Like Guts saw that as a person as an assailant because the door was half closed, so he didn't see who was actually coming. Because I don't
Okay.
think he was gonna actually kill the child intentionally, even if the child was a witness. You know.
No, I think that was a mistake. But I think it was a mistake of consequence because in
Yep.
the moment you have to decide, and when you make the decision, and it's like anything else, it's like the fact that you made a decision is the whole point. And
Hmm.
like for him, it was not the right one, but I mean, it just depends on how you look at
He
it.
made the decision
Yeah,
to attack.
yeah,
Unfortunately, the person he attacked happened to be a child, and that's where he was broken a bit.
yeah,
He
yeah.
had that child link in the manga. They don't show that in the anime, but in the manga, he actually has a nightmare of that kid with that kid involved after he had left.
Hmm.
But yeah, the scene the death of Adonis is that's the boy's name, Adonis.
Hmm.
That still sticks with me, mostly because
Does
um
it? Okay, okay.
yeah, no, seriously. No, the reason why it sticks with me because the way how Miura, the mangaka
Hmm.
who write Berserk, the way how he
Yeah.
wrote it, or at least the way how he because he's also the artist too. The way how he arted it was not a quick death. It was a slow, painful death. Like the sword was embedded into the boy. He was gasping for air. He cried. He coughed out blood, and Guts can only do the only thing Guts can do is hold his hand. And yeah, that it was a it sticks with me because it was not clean or quick. It was very painful to
Well,
say the least.
that just
And
goes
this is
back
a kid,
to
mind
American
you.
animation where you can't really get away with that stuff.
Nope.
It's more like, oh, okay, they'll come back in another episode. He's fine.
Yeah,
There's
they
nothing. Yeah, yeah, I know.
that's how ballsy Japanese animation is at
Yeah.
times. If you know where to look, of course. If you know where to look, like nothing is safe in Japanese animation.
No,
Nothing.
that's what I have found. Nothing is safe.
The Jap I gotta give the Japanese mad respect on that regard. They do not hold back.
Well,
At
I
times. At
well,
times.
I think that's why they're having a better time with this with the pink hairs than you know our our unfortunate situation being amongst studios that tend to not want to write stories that either offend and it's not even about writing an offensive story, just writing a story in general that has a beginning, a middle, and an end, and at the very end you come away with something. We can't even do that, because if you do that, oh well, somehow that fits into someone's narrative and they self-insert themselves, and somehow that's a form of supremacy, and then we go back to square one, where what does a writer do then? Well, I
Mhm.
if you're like a Japanese anime artist, you block them and you still continue to make the art because there's people out there that appreciate the art. That's the whole
Yep.
point.
And speaking of art, Guts design.
Yeah, I
I
did like his design. His design is very with that character, it's a very aggressive design.
well, here's the
Not
thing about Guts design.
hmm,
One thing I like about his design is that you know how certain anime characters only get new designs once they go through a power upgrade, right?
yeah, 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 yeah.
Guts is the antithesis of that. He gets a new design for every he for the longest periods of time that he goes through the world of Berserk.
Mm-hmm.
So you got three stages of his armor set. The first stage you see it his armor, which is definitely different in the manga than it is in the anime. You see him in his early
Mm-hmm.
mercenary days, where he's got just a breastplate, that football helmet. I'm calling it for what it is. That's a football helmet. Um, his pants, his boots,
his his conquistador hat.
Yeah. In the case of the manga version though, he's got this flap these two flaps on him
Mhm.
that drape down.
Yeah.
But you see how he progressed throughout the years. You can you can gauge the passage of time by looking at
Mhm.
and this goes for every character in the Band of the Hawk, the mercenary group that he was with during the Golden Age. You can see how far they progressed too through their armor. So you got him in the beginnings of his mercenary career by himself, basically soloing. But then you get his armor in the majority of the Golden Age where he's part of the Band of the Hawk. Then when you get out of the Golden Age and get into the Conviction arc, his armor is totally different, tailored to basically tailored to fighting apostles. Once we get into the Conviction arc,
Okay.
and then we get into the main Berserk armor that people would like to rave about, the Berserk armor, which is not featured in any of the anime unless at least until you watched 2016
I
or
see.
2017.
Yeah. See, I'm not caught up with 2016 or 2017. Like,
I advise not to watch that. It's terrible animation.
oh, no, is it really?
Yep, sadly.
Well,
I would say stick to the 2016 uh three movies, which
that
sadly they only tell the Golden Age. They
you
don't go
know,
further than that, sadly.
I have my suspicion that that tends to be almost common for a lot of these
Hey, unqualified.
because you have a hit and then you go to write something else and the investors are like, well, let's see what you can do with this much money.
Yep. So yeah, the I would say my favorite armor design of his is the Berserk armor, which is basically a Venom suit.
Mhm.
If you wear once you wear it, because
Oh,
the original design of the Berserk armor, it still stays the same, but the helmet changes the moment the wearer a different wearer puts it on.
yeah.
So when you see the Berserk armor in its original state before
Mhm.
anybody puts it on, it's got the skull helmet on.
Mhm.
But the moment Guts puts once they he don't put it on, but everybody else of his crew puts it onto him. The moment he goes to town, it forms the head of a dog, a wild dog. The helmet, I mean.
Mhm.
And sometimes you can see that the his dark side that bears with him, called the Beast of Darkness, creeping up on him every once in a while through the cloak that he wears with the Berserk armor.
Okay.
So you see some ears popping up, and I like this is one thing I gotta give Kento Miura
Mhm.
the visual storytelling of Berserk. Like you see that the danger of losing control, especially when wearing the Berserk armor for Guts, is always looming.
Well, it's kind of like Ronin Warriors. Like when we talk about the four lesser armors, like you know
Hmm.
and all that, like those were more susceptible to being exploited, than the phase five that we see in the very beginning of the series. So I know where you're coming from that.
To to unqualified, it's basically Venom symbiote suit that happens to look like Batman armor. Because here's the properties of the Berserk armor, the benefits that you get, and also the downsides that you get from the Berserk armor.
Mhm.
So the Berserk armor heightens your speed, your strength, your agility.
Yep.
Um, especially if you lose control of it, of course. That's basically all it does. It basically it's basically a power armor, if you will.
Mhm.
The downside is you better hope you don't injure yourself, like seriously injure yourself, because it's not going to heal you. The only thing it's going to do is keep you in pieces, or keep you from going to pieces, at least until it
Oh,
takes you to
it's
pieces. So, say for instance, if you break an arm, that
you take
suit,
it off, the arm comes off, right?
no, the arm breaks, but the berserk armor reassembles that arm and holds it in place. The broken bones, I mean, holds the broken bones broken bones in place with needles.
No. Okay.
Yep, it literally keeps you in one piece. The problem is, it's not going to heal any cuts, any bruises on your body. So you're basically bleeding while you're fighting. Oh, yeah. Once you get lacerated, if the enemy in
Hmm.
question is lucky enough to lacerate you, you're basically bleeding. So like, and of
Yeah,
course
you're
the
not gonna
need,
get that.
yeah,
I was gonna
of
say you're
course the
not gonna get
needles,
that in American
yeah,
graphic.
of course the needles are puncturing your flesh too. So who knows if that's the also the cause of why you're bleeding with while you're wearing the armor.
Hmm.
So that stuff leaks out of the armor too, and yeah, and let's also not forget the mental strain it causes the wearer. And you better hope you're not a sociopath, of course, because yeah, you'll give into the darkness like quickly. But it's an interesting thing to really ponder on. And
Yeah.
at this point, while I'm reading it, like Gus is doing his best not to let the beast of darkness take control, because he knows what happens. And so far, after just one night of wearing it and using it,
Hmm.
part of his hair turned white. Like he went through so much stress, his hair started turning white.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's just one patch of hair that's white. And I'm like, oh my goodness, I thought that was like a course of 3 days. No, this happened within over a night for from just using that armor.
Mm.
So I'm getting very intrigued as to what's going to happen next at this point. The I from the outside perspective, from what I've already seen and what I've already heard, I
Hmm.
thought I thought it was going to be stuff was happening over a span of how many times it's been used. No, Miura uses things. I find that he uses things sparingly, or uses characters sparingly, in such a way that people wouldn't even notice that
Hmm.
he's using them sparingly. Like, again, going back to the Berserk armor, it's only actually I take that back. It's used for 2 nights, but the first night, Guts already has a white patch of hair. The second
Hmm.
night, he comes back. Gets into a scuffle with a sea creature that's been possessed by a demon, or an evil spirit or something like that. No, they're controlled by somebody else.
Hmm.
A Kushan, a stand-in for Muslim, by the way, or Middle Eastern type people. But
Okay, that's interesting.
I digress. Um, he's fine from that, but he's a bit more
Hmm.
exhausted. There's a
Right.
moment where they got him out. They finally get him out of the armor, and he lost a lot of body weight from using it. He's like almost, I wouldn't say he's real thin, but he's lean, very.
Yeah.
He's leaner than he's usually is, and they have to make him rest and feed him for a while. Um, right now he's resting again at this one place because the armor is such a strain on him. So he has to rest. And there was a moment where he got sick too, a fever.
Hmm.
So it not only does it weaken his body, it apparently weakens his immune system. Then it's a double edged sword to use the berserk armor, which is interesting because that was not even his armor originally. It's Skull Knight's armor originally.
See, and I'm gonna have to find, with these anime artists pushing back on the wokish. I'm gonna have to find
Hmm.
something that's loaded with sci-fi and support it, because I mean, this kind of you're not gonna get here, if you will, or
Yeah,
on screen, if you will, because quote the content, but
but again, and I like his philosophies too. Going
yeah.
back to Guts, I like his philosophies. It's very simple. You could almost say he's adopted a bit of a Conan attitude about the way of the world. Where if you were here last stream with me and some Samuli, I don't say his name wrong, but Samuli Oleki.
Yeah,
Uh, he was talking about Conan last Thursday, and Conan's philosophy is very simple. You know, I
it
live, I
is. It
kill,
is.
I eat, I love, I am
Yeah,
content.
yeah, it is. He's I would say he's an elemental hero in the term
Hmm.
of he's like, one within the uh nature, if you will. Almost in the same vein as I would say like Tarzan or Queen of the Jungle. And he's
Hmm.
actually on my list. He's actually on my list, and that's a whole discussion in and of itself.
Which
So
we can, yeah. You know what? You can kind of bring that up a bit. Um, are you here on Thursday? Would you
it,
show up
it
this
it
Thursday?
depends. It depends on what my schedule looks like because I have two appointments on Thursday.
Okay.
I Yeah. So
I'm trying to figure it out because
it,
I also got news that my work is reopening too.
oh,
So,
nice.
yeah,
Well,
yeah.
is it good nice or nice in the fact of okay, you got to go back
It's a
next?
it's a bit of both, but with a sprinkle of we'll see how this turns out.
Yeah, because
Cause
I'm on that same boat. I mean, I'm like as far as where I'm at with what my situation is, it's pretty much water under the bridge at this point. It's okay.
mm,
What's the next mountain or valley, if you will? Because like any, I don't want to say like aspirational hero, but like with the frontiersman hero, say like Wolverine, which is not on my list.
mm,
Like when you do a character like the frontiersman, once you get to the end of the story, and everyone lived happily ever after, well, that doesn't happen for the frontiersman. The frontiersman moves on.
have you
Uh,
watched The Revenant yet, or have you ever watched The Revenant?
no, no, I've never, no, I've never. I don't think I actually even have it in my collection. The only thing I have close to that would be, gosh, Liam
Hush,
Neeson figure what the Gray would
The
probably be
Gray, yeah.
that would kind of be the closest thing. But I mean, that's one of those films where he's not on my list either. But that would be one of those things like where it's even towards the very end of the film, you're still rooting that there will be some door or some opportunity that opens up. Whether it be through nature or whether it be through sheer coincidence, like what I like to call the lucky hero. Uh,
Mm,
the lucky hero is not like the trickster. I mean, the trickster again is a trickster, and yeah, he might save the day, but what's the ulterior motive? The lucky hero is, by a stroke of luck. Doesn't always mean he gets a happy ending. Sometimes he doesn't even get the ending that he wants. But at the very, at the very end of it,
by the way, everybody, Troopers on the floor now, so he can go ahead and explain his picks of favorite male characters.
oh no, you really want to go through that list?
You can
Um,
give me three if
I
because
can do three. I guess we can do three
yeah,
because,
I'm just letting you know I'm exhausted now from
well,
talking about pets.
I got off easy. I got off easy. Like,
Yeah, you did.
I mean, for me, I mean, there's like, I just had to more or less, contribute, you know, based on what I know on the characters that were brought up. Like, for me, honestly, like, gosh, I can't, looking at my list and I kind of want something that sticks out to me that's a little different. Um, I'm trying to think because it wasn't all along the same vein of what Schooner had, but it was a little different in the fact that I'm noticing that the type of heroes that I like are either it's what I would either call the frontiersmen, which that's what Professor
Mm,
it, and then also the not the dark detective because that always brings up like
right.
but in the terms of like Deckard from like Blade Runner.
Exactly.
He doesn't the thing about Deckard is he doesn't start off being a hero. It's not like he wants to take this on. It's the call to adventure is more or less you're being brought into the office.
Yep.
What it is we have loose rogue, replicants. You're the only one that can do it. I
Hmm.
killed Blade Runner, and what we
There's a
find,
game out there that kind of emulated that feel too, a bit.
is that by the end of the film, I mean, we do know the character, but by the end of the film, uh,
Hmm.
it's hard to say because you could look at it as the character did not change throughout the film. He was the same hero that he was at the very beginning, only the situations around him changed. Or you could look
Yep.
at it as once he had his Pegasus moment, um, he was no longer hunting replicants. And you saw the
Pegasus moment.
evolution. The evolution between Deckard and Rachel. And what that, it was almost like taming the beast, if you will, but Deckard himself is not the beast, if you will. I mean, he is in the sense of if you consider him to be the hunter hunting the hunted.
Right.
But even in that scene, like Harrison Ford and Sean Young, like throughout the film, did not like each other at all. And I think that worked well for them because what comes across on screen in that very last like burst of like passion is the hero taming the damsel, if you will, because again, she's a replicant, but at the same time, it's she's, you could call a replicant simulated life if you like, but it's all in how you split that hair. Because if you are now creating life, then you yourself have taken on the mantle of God, and you reap your creation, and obviously we saw what happened to Tyrell. So, but I mean, that was one of my characters that I put on there because throughout the whole entire film, like he's uncovering a mystery, and at the same time, he's being chased down, if you will, by Roy Batty. I also even added Conan. I mean, that's a whole other hour. I don't feel like sitting through, but another character similar to that would have been Judge Dredd, and that's why I kind of wanted to kind of hear Schooner's take on his list, because for me, Judge Dredd is what can happen. I mean, he's still a hero in the sense of he's still fighting crime, even in Dark Detective again. But I mean, you could also say that Anderson was that, and that Dredd is a pursuer, if you will. He's a hunter, but Judge Dredd would be the cautionary tale of what can happen to, say, someone who's altruistic as Captain America, lose everything and then still fight for justice, even though the reason that you're fighting justice is not to enact justice upon the wicked, but to take out your revenge on the wicked, if you will. So Judge Dredd is a very complicated character because you end up learning who he is through his actions. He's a character of very little words, and in that sense, so is Conan. Again, like Sam was saying, he lives, he eats, he loves. Which Judge Dredd, it's a little different. Obviously, he fights, he fights crime, and even if we go to the film, even if we go to the source of the film, he's willing to root out evil, even if it means, taking down an entire building, with the possibility of being able to take down an entire building. But using his intelligence to overcome a problem. Because, I mean, we saw what happened to Mama. So, she can tie herself to a bomb all she likes, But at the very end of the day, you know, a 200-foot fall is what really stood between her and her taking down an entire building. So, and then, you know, I had also put, you know, Mark Watney from The Martian, which is another iteration of the Frontiersman. And I don't know if you read the book, but I mean, the film that we got was the film that we got. I did not like
Yeah.
that the spin of the film
Wait,
was
wait, hang on. What movie? I'm sorry.
The Martian.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I haven't seen The Martian.
if you watch it, I highly recommend you read the book first. You can
Mhm.
use the book for under $10 if you know where to look. It's a great book.
So,
Mark
yeah,
Watney, literally an astronaut who is stranded on Mars, and I won't spoil it for you, but he's a guy that uses math. And mind you, even the author will tell you that the math was a little stretched, but not too far from what could happen if you put a character in a situation. So
nice.
what you see is you see a character literally striving to survive the very dangers of an unknown wilderness, and that being Mars, obviously. Kind of touches on American romanticism when we were talking, you know, with Neo about, you know, man versus nature, man versus God.
Right.
It's just thing. It's literally the same thing, and you'll see these morality plays play themselves out. That's why Gene Roddenberry actually struck a chord with people, because he knew that Star Trek was morality plays. That's why they're not called ethics plays, because I mean, at the very end, you know, your character has to make a decision. It can either cost him his life, or it can cost the life of others, or he can save everyone altogether. So yeah, throughout this whole book, it's one character, and yeah, it does side jump to, you know, Earth and what's happening on Earth. But I will tell you this: what we saw in theaters, if you happen to get the film, is definitely not what happens in the book, and this is what happens when you tie yourself to the Chinese box office. So what you see is very different from what's in the book. Not too much, though. Not too much, because all they really changed was motivation. On how things end up unfolding, if you will. But it's one of those things that, you know, you tie yourself to money, like a lot of these studio houses have done, and you have to put out something that's kindly towards a certain government, or you end up having to give them kudos at the end of the film. Thank you for letting us use your slave fields. You know, the end. So those were, you know, for me, I've always been attracted to very strong masculine characters that are the frontiersmen or that are the detective, because while you can be altruistic like Captain America,
Yeah.
to me, what's really made me gravitate towards stories is being out on your own, being stranded on your own, and having to figure your way out of a Pandora's box that you don't have the key to. So
I had to point out a qualified comics quote here. He says, "Well, sounds like Professor Geek videos." Dude, come to us at the beginning of the stream, man. You'll see how far
you know,
we get
like I
into
was telling Neo,
stuff.
like Neo was asking about, you know, some of the content up on Professor's channel. I will tell you this from my personal experience, like that is a very valuable channel. If you have the chance to check it out and you check
Yeah.
out and consume all of that content, mind you, the book reads, that's more of, you know, to build a foundation of community, whatever. You know, if you like that, that's great. You don't have to.
Mhm.
But what I'm getting at is you're getting, at the very least, you're getting what I would consider, you know, a whole semester to a whole year of lectures, if you will. Well, like I told them, you're getting $1,000 lectures for free on YouTube.
Yep.
I mean, you know, it's all the stuff that I ended up reviewing, you know, when I was doing my thing, especially when I was going for EMS. Like a lot of the stuff that you see on there, you don't even get that anymore, and you don't get it anymore because it's all topics that once you start going once you start delving in the weeds and you start maybe entertaining the idea that really what we're talking about is the human soul and the human soul trying to find its purpose in the universe, people shut down because that automatically implies that there might be some form of religious institution behind it. And that's not always the case. The human soul is the human soul. And how it
Yeah.
interprets the world around it is what you will find, whether it's in art, whether it's in books, whether it's sculpture, whether it's nations, building nations, if you will. Yet, and if you happen to believe that there is, something other godly to it, then it makes all the more sense because what you're doing is just like in Star Trek, and that's why I'm kind of glad he brought up, Kirk, if you will. Like with V'ger, you have to take, and it's not for everybody. Not everybody can do it. Everyone will do it in their own time, but like you have
Right.
to take that leap of faith that lets you to believe that there's something bigger out there, greater than yourself, and another journey that you'll take after this one's over, and that the story never really ends, and that we're always at the beginning, if you will, because we're always learning. We're literally walking computers. We consume information day in, day out. So
We always
uh,
at times, excuse me.
yeah,
Oftentimes we're updating, constantly updating our
yeah,
information
our
in
hardware.
our
Yeah, yeah,
brains.
yeah, and yeah. And here's the thing: like when I was, bouncing from channel to channel, dealing with all the, entertainment, clickbait and the fandom menace garbage, because that's what it is. I mean, it really is.
Hmm.
It's, you're basically saying that you don't like someone else's interpretation of art. Well, have you stopped to consider what has brought that about? No, you haven't. You really haven't, because you haven't actually taken the time to actually study what got us here. And if you don't understand how we got here, then you won't understand how to get out of it. So, and
Yep.
a lot of these heroes do it. Um,
Exactly, man.
like Luke
Um.
Skywalker didn't know who his father was. All he knew was that he was a great Jedi. He didn't know what he was going to be coming up against up until the second film, and it wasn't until the third film that he dealt with it by uh, the
Yeah.
family connection to bring Anakin back from the dark side. But I mean, unless, like I said before, like about what 3 hours ago, like unless you have that kind of foundation, like a family foundation or a foundation where you can build off of to write these stories, you won't know how to get out of it. So that's why they're written the way they are. It's like, oh, she's great and powerful. She can lift all these rocks. There's like space
Are we
forces.
down to 2 so far?
Um, yeah, like those are the three. I mean, I've got a list.
Oh,
Those are the three, like Deckard,
yeah.
like
Yeah, we can
and I didn't even bring up Iron Man because that's a whole thing in of itself. Like I really want
oh,
to
that's
talk
a
about,
whole discussion. I
yeah,
mean,
because
we just like
I
Captain
really
America,
wanted
we
to
can
talk,
do a whole
right?
discussion like that. Go ahead.
Like I really wanted to talk about the prodigal son, but I mean
Hmm.
that in of itself, like you have to sit down with like a few good friends to discuss it, because the prodigal son
Yeah.
is not always written as, okay, you're the heir, you're my legacy, now here, take what I've given you.
Yeah, we could probably talk about it in a green room
Yeah,
somewhere,
yeah.
or we could talk about
Well,
me.
yeah, well, or whenever we do it again. But you know,
Yeah.
I think it was more important that we covered all the variety of other characters, as far
Yeah.
as Captain America to GI Joe to Berserk, like literally touching different genres, because it's
Hmm.
very important, especially for whoever's listening, that enriching yourself with this stuff does not necessarily mean you have to consume what's being put out in front of you. What it means is you have to actually do a little homework, uh, read up on if it's any good, look at reviews, if you have, access to professors, just bear your information, like they're your batteries of information, like take up as
Hmm.
much knowledge as you can, so that when you see
Yeah.
something on the screen, you can distinguish between a good story and abject garbage. So
I mean, yeah, it's like I would say you gotta be very choosy about where you get your information to.
yeah,
On
that
that
too,
same
that
token,
too. I
but
mean, that too. I mean, on that same vein, you have a lot of professors that are
Yeah.
very slanted, and you also have professors that are not willing to go as far as they should anymore because, of course, you offend someone, you can file a Title IX claim now, and it's like you start
Oh
that,
yeah.
it's a whole other.
Oh, that's the reason why they when I hear stuff like that, this is they're
That's why,
really when
that's
they
why
do stuff like that. That whole model where nothing
it's
you well, at
vindictive.
least
It's
that mode where nothing you do is going to get you further in life. Anything that you try to do, you'll still be in the same exact place. Like
yeah,
the whole
yeah,
time Title IX stuff, I'm like that makes me not want to go to college
yeah,
back
yeah. It's
or try to
it's
go back to college because I'm like I'm sorry I don't mean to interject too much
no,
with you
no, 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 no. You're good. You're good.
but this is where I'm seeing it from my point of view at this point. It's like I don't even want to try going back to college anymore because I'm going to be the student in the classroom there to learn there,
Well,
and I'm witnessing the teacher getting interrupted by SJWs who are probably not who are probably just there to get a grade,
yeah.
mostly just there to get a grade, or worse, I'm going to have to miss a class because a student files a Title IX on a teacher, and the teacher either has to dispute it, or they have to resign, or they have to watch their P's and Q's now. So I'm not going to get enough what learning material I'm going to get, or
It's
worse,
being
they're going to
inter-
change their lecture into something more social politicky, and I'm there for
well,
art,
and that's the thing. That's the
for
thing. It's
example.
like it's intellectually vindictive, but with a lot of these, you know, with a, you have to turn in your outline, and it gets vetted, or they tell you, hey, you gotta, stick this in here. This semester, we're gonna start requiring that you cover this and take this out. So there's that. Um, I mean, if we're talking about maybe the private colleges, it's a little different because they regulate the content, and it's not, like it's not like community colleges where it's like, okay, it's state approved. The state says this, state says that. Um,
Hmm.
yeah, in some of the private colleges, it's more of the tenured professors that get a little bit more say in what they want to cover for the sake of the topic. But herein lies the thing with that, like it's depending on what you're going back for. If you're just going back to, okay, so let's just say that you're just going for a science degree.
Hmm.
The sciences right now are still viable, because obviously, facts don't change. It's like, you still go through creating a hypothesis, you go through challenging that hypothesis, you document your findings, and you come to your conclusion that yes, your hypothesis was maybe correct, but not entirely correct, and what you could have done differently. If we're just talking on a generic, if we're talking about psychology, some of that has been polluted a little bit. You can still kind of get by, but I mean, if you're going for, say, the humanities and stuff like that, forget it. All that stuff's like near ruin at this point. And that's why you've seen that the professors that do actually, like, speak out against it happen to come from the science fields. Like, you don't
Yeah.
see maybe Camille Paglia, but I mean, she's from another time, if you will. Like, but you don't see like professors, from all different areas of the country, literally to discuss this stuff. I mean, you still see the same people talking about it. So,
Right.
so if you want to go back, I would say, depending on what it is, do it. If you can get away with, going to a trade school or a 2-year school, that might be the best way to go. I mean, you can,
Yeah. Trades sounds a lot more
because
viable.
because trades. The thing is, trades are always necessary in any industrial society. Granted, yes, they want to go ahead and they want to move, and they want to they want to replace people with machines, but you're always going to need someone to fix that machine. They may get to
Hmm.
a point where, yeah, they can the self-diagnostic, and all you got to do is plug and play like a printer. But at the very end of the day, you're always going to have someone that knows at least the inner workings of that machine to be able to fix it. Or you know what? Uh, as my hairstylist put it, they're always going to need hairstylists. So I was like, yeah, you're right. So I mean, yeah, there's always an X-ray tech that has to go ahead and change out the film. So there's that too. I mean, you don't have to necessarily
Yeah,
for your literary arts degrees, or you're going to peter out. Or like I said on the stream earlier, keep your head down, cross your T's, dot your I's, do what you have to do. Um,
yeah,
Take it with a grain of salt, and then once you get to where you need to be, then pull out the cannibal bass and show the world
exactly.
your greatness. But until then, I wouldn't. So
So I think that would be a good time to
yeah,
start closing now.
I agree. I agree.
I'd like to thank our cohorts earlier, Leia Plus Size, Lily Leia Valor, and the Schooner of the Tuna, Schooner Tuna, for sharing their favorite characters, their favorite male characters specifically. I'd like to thank all our listeners for joining us tonight, right now. The Catholic Bible Geek has started his book study on the Silver Chair again. Um, so those who are joining, go ahead and head over there if you like, or catch in the back watch if you like. Um, Wednesday will be Green Line Girl stream of I think she's still on Final Fantasy 7 remake. Daniel Herron songs with Birdman, with Daniel Herron and possibly Age Boomer, or I think this time it's gonna be the Lady of Valor herself, Leia Plus Size, join them tomorrow night, because they'll be doing a stream about Captain America and the music in Captain America. I believe the first Avenger. I think it will be Thursday. Will be our talk, and I said this earlier, but I'm gonna. It bears repeating. It bears repeating. We'll be talking about representation in media, or is it social? Sorry, I keep confusing that phrase. Identity validation. What do they really want when they keep talking about representation? Because they don't really say what they want is representation. I kind of feel like they want identity validation. Wouldn't you agree, Trooper?
Oh yeah, I mean, at this point, it's like I want a hero that looks just like me, and it's like, okay, well, if I make a hero that looks just like you, then I got to make a hero that looks like everybody else, and that would be a very boring situation.
Yep. Friday, no, later on that day, I believe the professor and Al will be continuing Star Wars Red Harvest, which is hmm, a Star Wars horror novel, which should be interesting. Still interesting, actually, because I was intrigued in the chapters that they read so far. Friday will be I think Green Line Girl will be streaming OG Final Fantasy 7 again. Hopefully she has her stuff together. Maybe hopefully she has things together too tomorrow, because she did encounter an issue last Wednesday, I believe, and she ended up playing. Looks like she ended up playing Calamari Damachi. I think I pronounced that right. For those who don't know what that game is, it's that one where there's that little prince that rolls that little ball into like big balls, and just to restore the stars, because his dad foolishly destroyed all the stars in the space. So so you're basically rolling this little ball, attracting things to the ball, making it bigger and bigger and bigger, and all that stuff. Saturday, I think it will be. I think before we go into Saturday, I think Friday Troy is doing a stream too. I don't know yet.
So,
I don't know yet, but he might dip
right,
out.
yeah, we're supposed to let you and me know. We'll find out.
Yeah. Um. So Saturday there might be a rewatch. I don't know who's doing it, or what the rewatch is, but somebody is doing a rewatch, I believe. Sunday, Geeks and Geezers, Geeky Geezers. I'm sorry, Geeky Geezers. Geeky Geezers with Troy Pacelli and Age Boomer. Hopefully this time me and Match will be doing the Venture Bros rewatch along with possibly Troy, or probably Age.
Mm-hmm.
I think he might be doing a Arkham stream on Friday or Sunday. Something's happening during this week. It's weird. We got busy people working here. Monday will be Monday Night Muse with Sound Engraver. Please check out her content on every Monday. I can't tell you the times, guys. I don't keep track of their times. Sorry, but yeah, just follow them. Do what you do to keep yourself up to date on their content. Next Tuesday, however, I finally bite the bullet. We're finally going to review, or at least discuss, the three Wolverine movies, from X-Men Origins Wolverine to The Wolverine to Logan. So be on the lookout for that. Next Friday, we'll be talking more H.P. Lovecraft and Robert E. Howard with excuse me again, Samuel Olaki with his partner in crime, Song. So check out that one as well. But other than that, this has been the WCR. This has been Trooper FN 2525. Signs out, Trooper FN 2525.
All right, guys, it was a fantastic discussion. Want to give mad props to Leia Plus Size for coming in. Mad props to Wolf and mad props to Schooner. Very fun discussion. We'll do it again. If you like this content, go ahead, like, subscribe, share. Also, you can find us on MeWe. You can find us for our same tags. If you like our content, definitely stick around. It was great being here, and we'll do it again soon.
Oh, yeah. It's been your Wolf Commander of Wolf 10. I'm your werewolf. You guys have a good afternoon or a good night wherever you guys are.